Matiang'i, who is also the chairperson of the National State Funeral Committee, said President Kenyatta, accompanied by First Lady Margaret Kenyatta, will lead the nation in paying their last respects and tributes. The CS added that the cortege will leave the funeral home at 7:05 a.m. with Kibaki's casket draped in national flag and escorted to Parliament by his family. The CS stated that the solemn procession shall pass through Valley Road and Kenyatta Avenue through to Parliament Way. Matiang'i pointed out that a military guard of honor will be mounted along Parliament Road for the entry procession into Parliament. The CS further announced that the public viewing at Parliament buildings will be between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Tuesday and Wednesday. After lying in state for 3 days, the military gun carriage and state funeral procession will make its way from State House to the Nyayo National Stadium on Friday, the venue of the National State Funeral. During the state funeral, Kibaki will be accorded full military honors and protocols, which include conveyance of the body under escort in a gun carriage, accompanied by military musical honors and a 19-gun salute. The government has already declared Friday a public holiday to enable all Kenyans to participate in the state funeral service, either physically or by following the proceedings on television, radio, social media streaming, among other outlets. Kibaki's body will later be laid to rest on Saturday at his Othaya home in Nyeri County. Kibaki, who died aged 90, served as the country's third president from December 2002 to April 2013, taking over from Daniel Arap Moi. His death was announced Friday by President Kenyatta, who took over from him in 2013. To matters politics and Azimio la Umoja, one Kenya presidential flag bearer Raila Odinga is in the US, where he is expected to meet various groups including US government officials and Kenyans living there. Sunday, Odinga held engagements with Special Advisor to the UN Secretary General on the Prevention of Genocide, Alice Wairimu, and former US Ambassador to Kenya, Michael Ranneberger. ODM leader Raila Odinga and his entourage arrived in Washington, D.C., where he is set to hold a series of meetings with senior US government officials as well as senior members of the US Congress in Washington, D.C. Now, aspirants who will vie as independent candidates in the forthcoming general election are required to submit to Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission on or before 2nd of May a clearance certificate from the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties confirming that one is not a member of any political party. The certificate should be submitted at Anniversary Towers, the IEBC headquarters, between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. In addition, the independent candidates are required to submit to the Commission symbols they intend to use in the election upon clearance from the Office of Registrar of Political Parties. Now, 54 education ministers are among top policymakers expected to gather in Nairobi Wednesday and Thursday for the 21st Conference of Commonwealth Education Ministers. A statement from the Ministry of Education said the high-level conference hosted by the government will take place under the theme Rethinking Education for Innovation, Growth and Sustainability post-COVID-19. Its main objective is to discuss key education priorities with the 54-member Commonwealth geared towards the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The conference will bring together ministers, senior government officials, educators, development partners, civil society, and policymakers to share knowledge and good practices in education as the world recovers from the devastating impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. Participants will also identify areas of action and explore innovative approaches that can be adopted by member countries to develop sustainable and resilient education system. Now, 5 youth belonging to an organized criminal group dubbed Panga Boys are in police custody following an arrest by police officers on patrol in Mjambere Ward, Kisumu Sub-County, Mombasa County. National Police Service say the 5, whose group derived its name from their preferred weapon of choice, were armed with machetes and were on a mission to commit serious crimes within Sokomjinga area. The police pointed out that the gangs were also in possession of marijuana, were placed in police cells pending arraignment. National Police Service called on the members of the public who may have fallen victim to atrocities by the gang to report to Mjambere Police Station for further police action. And the United Nations has lauded President Uhuru Kenyatta for leading efforts as the East African Community chairperson to foster peace in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo and the neighboring countries. Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who spoke with President Uhuru Kenyatta, assured him of the global body's support in the initiatives being put in place. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Assetto. Good morning.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
I like listening to you guys. You're the default radio station in my car in the morning. Even the children listen to you guys.
I agree Parliament has failed this country. And I will say it again. We have not done what we should have done.
We know in this country, the Kenya prison sector is one of the most underfunded sector.
The way it is being done and the way we're calling it Huduma Namba the Msema Kweli is because all records will be there. You know, there are people who are now billionaires with no history as to how they got all these assets.
Yes. Anything that the president does that is not in accord with the constitution is an illegal act. You know, he shouldn't be doing it and he shouldn't be sitting here and trying to sort of guise it up. I totally believe.
Good morning this Monday, and what do the roads look like today? It looks like it's building up a little bit here and there on Mombasa Road. Heading out to North Airport Road also doesn't look too bad, but we're going to see a bit of traffic in that little nook. They're heading out towards that part of the city. Uhuru Highway is building up here and there, and we're seeing traffic also on Jogo Road going towards Landis and then out towards the Kamkunji roundabout, spilling over onto Haile Selassie Avenue. So that continues and likely to build up more as we go along. Thika Superhighway not looking too bad. Folks already out and about, but nothing too crazy, at least not for now. We're also going to see some traffic on Kiambu Road, that's for sure, this Monday. Juja Road is also building up, getting out then towards Muranga Road and then spilling some over to the Thika Superhighway. Let's keep an eye on things this morning. Hopefully we can start Monday morning, or rather continue Monday morning the way we have started. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on Twitter, text 40127. Let's keep things moving this Monday.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room.
It's 9 minutes
the
after
only
6.
Way to...
Good morning, the 25th day of March 2022. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. Ndu.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Fine, thank you.
You
Good
well?
morning. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have the melody in my heart.
Kabisa. Down in your heart. Where?
Down in my heart. I've got the
it?
joy.
Yes.
It's that one.
It's a joy. Right. You got the melody.
Yeah.
Okay.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Did you have a good weekend?
I did have
You
a good
did?
weekend.
Did you behave?
I did.
This is good.
We're not talking about the kind of behavior, whether it was good behavior or bad behavior.
Oh.
I behaved.
As expected, let's put it that way.
I behaved and I survived it.
Well done. This is important.
Say hi to CT.
CT is not here. Oh no, Sugar. Not here.
Not here. The cold is done and he's doing a one on him. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. City Muga is away today. Hopefully he'll be back tomorrow morning. So it's Eric and Ndu. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. The nation is in mourning until the day that President Mwai Kibaki will be buried. And we know this is going to be Friday. So this entire week is a week of national mourning. The body is going to be taken to Parliament, National Assembly, today until Wednesday for July in state and for public viewing. And for that, we are having a conversation. All our conversations today are going to be about Mwai Kibaki, the man. At 9 a.m., somebody who met Mwai Kibaki in Makerere University in those many years ago was a student of Mwai Kibaki's in Makerere. And then when he came back to Kenya, he worked under Mwai Kibaki in government, in the National Treasury. And then later, he worked with Mwai Kibaki in Parliament as Mwai Kibaki's Shadow Minister for National Planning. Later, he worked with Mwai Kibaki as his campaign manager in 2002. Later, he worked with Mwai Kibaki as private secretary and controller of State House. Matere Keriri. He will be here with us at 9 o'clock to tell us his experience of the Mwai Kibaki that he knew. Not about just basically just coming here. Matere Keriri is also an old man. He's 88 years old. And he'll basically just come back and look, and we're given an opportunity to eulogize and to pay tribute to somebody whom he knew for very many years.
Indeed.
And we will be sharing in that. These are those opportunities where you say, this should be a book.
I know. Recording for the purpose of memoirs.
Yes. So whatever you hear from Matere Keriri at 9 a.m. today, just consider it a book. At 8 o'clock, we'll have another person. And so Matere is 88. We'll have somebody who is still a young man. This was the youngest man appointed by President Mwai Kibaki to head a state corporation. Gorse Melango was appointed by Kibaki to head the Youth Enterprise Development Fund as its board chairperson. He'll be here to tell us the experience of working with Mwai Kibaki and also what he understood to be the vision of Mwai Kibaki when he started the Youth Enterprise Development Fund. So that is a conversation that's going to be happening at 8 o'clock. 7 will let you speak about Mwai Kibaki.
Indeed.
So let's look at COVID.
All right, let's look at COVID really quickly. 509,542,737. That's the latest tally of COVID around the globe. Let's look at what's happening locally. 13 new cases from a sample size of 2,664. Positivity rate of 0.5%. 0 recoveries, 0 recorded deaths. That's what we're looking at in the country at the moment. All of the cases are in Nairobi. And just looking at a little bit further study, most of these cases were from individuals who wanted to travel. Not that necessarily anybody showed up sick in hospital or anything, but people who needed a certificate to travel, and it turned out that they had COVID, and all of them were asymptomatic.
Okay.
All right. If we look at what's happening around the world, just looking at the headlines, everything COVID is coming out of China. Beijing races to contain urgent and grim COVID outbreak. Shanghai authorities fence off COVID-hit areas, sparking an outrage. Beijing braces for a rise in COVID cases amid outcry over Shanghai block. Shanghai fences up COVID-hit areas. Shanghai escalates COVID lockdown restrictions. And, everything coming out of China right now in terms of they are being told, brace yourselves. It's possible that we will have more COVID cases in the next few days. CNN reports that Beijing is rushing to contain an urgent and grim COVID outbreak as Shanghai lockdown continues. And they've said that one of the city's largest districts, specifically Chaoyang, announced that it would launch 3 rounds of mass testing of those who work and live in the district. This is about 3.5 million residents, according to the latest census. The announcement came after 11 cases were detected over a 24-hour period, sparking panic buying in the district, which includes a business center and a number of foreign embassies, as residents rushed to stock up on basic goods in case of a lockdown. Beijing said over the weekend they were tracking cases across multiple districts and involving students, tour groups, and interior decoration workers. The capital recorded 19 new cases on Sunday. Now, it's interesting because the words that are used in the headline, you would think that there were thousands of cases every day.
Friend. Yes.
Thousands of cases. And then it wouldn't surprise you because you're looking at a 1 billion-strong population. But we're looking at 11 cases in one city, and 19 in another.
And what's the headline again? Read that headline.
Beijing races to contain urgent and grim COVID outbreak as Shanghai lockdown continues. I mean,
urgent and grim.
Yes.
11 cases. Well, anyway, let's see how China actually handles this, because there's something else here. You cannot really just sit back and say that shut down an economy, shut down production affects global business. it's either they're really taking this very seriously or they're also using this opportunity to do something else.
I think so. We will not be able to see the face of it until it actually is revealed.
Until it unfolds much later is when we shall know. Anyway, it is 16 minutes after 6. We are live streaming the show on SpiceFM KE, YouTube and Facebook. Are you online? Say hello. We will be doing our traditional and customary roll call shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
Standard Group's Farm Kenya initiative is the umbrella entity for all agriculture-related channels, activities and investments. The media platforms under the Farm Kenya initiative include the Smart Harvest Weekly Pullout in the Saturday Standard, KTN Farmers TV, a 24-hour agribusiness TV station, Maisha Kilimo, a weekly agriculture show on Radio Maisha, AgriTalk on Spice FM's morning show The Situation Room, and Grind na Agribiz on Vibes Radio morning show Morning Vibes. Find us online at www.farmers.co.ke, an integrated website that creates and aggregates agri-content, hosts a digital marketplace, and wide range of agri-data. Other platforms include specialized events such as the annual Mkulima Expo, quarterly Farmers Kenya Breakfast.
Looking at cloudy conditions in Nairobi at 16. Through Monday, we'll see highs of 24 and lows of 15. The forecast says thunderstorms for Nairobi. In Nakuru this morning, 15 and mostly cloudy, highs of 25 and lows of 15. Clear conditions for now in Nyeri at 16, highs of 24 and lows of 13. At 13, it's mostly cloudy in Eldoret, highs of 23 through Monday. It's raining this morning in Mombasa at 26. We'll see highs of 32 and lows of 24. Rain showers also in Malindi at 27, highs of 32 and lows of 25. It's mostly cloudy at 20 in Kisumu, highs of 27 and lows of 19, while Kakamega is cloudy at 18. It'll go to highs of 27 and lows of 15. Mostly clear conditions out in Kampala. At 20, we'll see highs of 24 and lows of 18. For now, Dar es Salaam is mostly clear at 25. We'll see highs of 31. Johannesburg is cloudy at 13, highs of 20 and lows of 7. Mostly clear conditions this morning in Lagos at 25, highs of 31. And it's clear in Kinshasa at 24, highs of 32 today. Out in Beijing, Monday afternoon, it's hazy at 22. We'll see highs of 29 and lows of 18. It's clear for now in Paris at 9, highs of 17 and lows of 7. And at 7 degrees, it's mostly clear in London, highs of 15 and lows of 5. And New York, still Sunday night, is clear at 9. We'll see highs of 16 and lows of 8.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
It's 20 minutes after 6. Good morning. How are you doing? So, who's online?
Lydia Kimanzi is tuned in from Kitui, and Felix Eric says, good morning, Spice team. Tuned in from Rongai, that's where Shamongwai is. And Angela Nyang says, good morning, good people. I'm already awake and here with you guys. Well, thank you. Millicent Yewa says, good morning. Looking forward for great insights. Tuned in from Givu. Givu Rai, perhaps. Gitiha Githunguri. That's where David Kimingi Kioi is tuned in from this morning. Good morning to you. Also, that's what Lillian Odenge says. Rachel Wambari tuned in from County 047 and tuned in from Mombasa as well. That's Robert Bogo is. Sky Karish says, good morning, Eric Ndu CT. CT will poke your salams, even if he's not here. But yes, live from Afghanistan. Raphael Kiplimo. That's where he is this morning. And Benson says good morning as well. Vincent Mambo tuned in from KCSE, and George Mashuki is tuned in as well. Kim Tai Kipsat is tuned in from Eldoret. Quite a number of people tuned on this morning. Yobesh Daniel Karis Amimo tuned in from Rarieda. And Sauzi is tuned in and says good morning, tuned in from Kwale County in a village called Sauzi. Mopay is
Kule sauzi kule.
Kure. Mopay tuned in from Muga in Nyeri County. And John is tuned in as well. Amasongole tuned in. Ogato, Odero tuned in from the Great Wall of Kino, of course. And Vincent says, tuned in from Nairobi's Eastlands. My condolences to President Mwai Kibaki's family for the loss. Kenya has lost a Mwananchi-oriented president. In our memories, he shall remain. Go well, Emilio. We see all of you online. Thanks for joining us. Good morning.
Indeed. So, this is the week that you were supposed to bring Nigerian proverbs for CT. Yeah, you to give CT the package. Ebu give us leakage. One proverb.
Before he comes and continues.
Yes.
This is interesting because this one I just heard the other day. Admonition from my mother. And she said, Ndu, they don't go looking for a black goat in the night. No, let me start again. You don't start looking for a black goat in the night.
You don't start looking for a black goat in the night?
No.
Ebu say it now in Nigeria. Say it in that, you know.
I say it in pidgin.
Yes.
Let me say it in pidgin. Not before night, then they start look for black goats.
You start with night.
Not before night.
Not before night.
Not before night, then they start to look for black goats. Not before night, then they start to look for black goats. You hear them? You hear them.
Don't start looking for black goat in the night. It's a nice one. Very direct, self-explanatory.
Right?
Yeah. I wonder what she was talking about.
It was a long conversation.
Yeah.
It was a long conversation.
Who was the black goat in this particular conversation?
Or who was the looker?
Yeah. Now, remember, I would like you to become an active member of our online community. Visit our website, www.standardmedia.co.ke. Top content being promoted today. No Bible verses or Christianity at this burial. Ceremony was last done 77 years ago before colonials came. There's a particular burial service that was taking place, and it's being featured. So it was a proper, purely traditional burial. No Bible verses or Christianity. Such a ceremony was last done 77 years ago before colonialists came more than 77 years ago. Those guys were here.
They were right here in the throes of everything. Are they sure it was 77? Maybe they missed a one.
Probably. But maybe before they came to this particular part of the country.
Place.
Yes. All right. Top stories in the papers?
Top is the thing. KCSE results were released and everybody was in the throes of excitement or, disappointment. But KCSE, the top schools, is what's carried on the front page of The Nation. Interestingly, the Standard says, too many E grades stained KCSE results. Questions abound over poor performance in the national exams, with KCSE results showing 1 in every 4 candidates scored a D- or an E. Will CBC address the problem for learners to reach their full potential? Then becomes the question. 46,151 candidates who scored E in last year's exams, up from about 20,000 in 2020. 187,264 candidates who scored grade D-. They were evenly distributed across genders. Despite the CS George Magoha saying that E students will be enrolled in TVETs, the truth is no one wants E students. Everybody wants to be a doctor, pilot, engineer, or a lawyer. Nobody dreams of becoming a mason. So that's an interest. I mean, there's so many conversations happening in just that statement, right? So why can it not be elevated that it's all right to be somebody with a skill, regardless? But nobody wants that. This story then is carried on page 10. And of course, questions abound.
What is it? I mean, okay, when you score an E, it means that you've scored very low marks across all the subjects.
Yes.
Okay. Very, very low marks. Now, you may be otherwise skilled, but do you need... What does it say? What does it say? Is it about your comprehension? Is it about your ability to sit the exam? Is it, what else are we talking about here?
See, that's the thing, Eric, and I think that's the problem. And I think you hear CT say often that not enough interrogation happens as to the reasons why folks fare the way they do during exams, whether you pass or fail, right? If you sit because we have people who may be brilliant but sit exams badly, right? For many reasons, anxiety, they're just not able to do it. Now, are those things interrogated later? No, because all that's going to happen here is that they're going to end up as E's in a basket. And then you go to a TVET. But like you're saying, what are the reasons behind that? This is rarely interrogated. What are the reasons behind why, for example, you have an A student who may sit exams really well, but then you have them explain something and they're unable to do so. And I think that's where this statement comes, that hopefully CBC will be able to address some of these issues, because you can have somebody who fared really well in their exams, but then is not able to explain content matter to you. Somebody can explain content matter to you, for example, but then sits an exam really poorly.
But look, so this year we have some 46,000 E's, right? In the previous year we had some 20,000 E's. Those are still many E's. Were these E's detected before the exam? Every year in secondary school you're sitting an exam.
You sit an exam.
So what was the performance of this student, for example, in Standard 8? It was 100% transition. So, all right. So what was their performance in Standard 8? What remedial measures or steps were taken to address whatever issue that they had in their performance in Standard 8 in going into Form 1? Anything done? Form 2? Anything done? Because it can't just be that all 46,000 just suddenly scored an E.
No.
There must, and also 187,000 scored a D minus.
It's not possible that that number of students fared poorly just once. You would have seen a chronology of the same kind of behavior, definitely. But then the question is, Eric, who is paying attention? That you see over 4 years, if somebody's testing badly, maybe somebody's testing badly, but if there is lack of comprehension of the subject matter, it is going to stand out. So you have to ask the question, is enough attention being paid when and if these students are faring poorly?
There's something. There are various developmental disabilities that children have.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So you find whatever kind of impairment one has, teachers are not really well trained to detect it and also to address it. Our education system, as it is in the public education system, does not identify and then say, for example, this particular pupil requires a teaching assistant. Yeah. They need extra lessons beyond what has been given. They need help in just knowing how to write. It takes a long time. Those things that people assume, just that scribbling of A, and you can tell this child is actually having a problem with this.
So are we saying that there's not enough attention, or there's not enough time, or the system does not allow you to have time to kind of figure out what's going on?
Our system does not allow. Our system does not allow. If Yep. It's systemic. Because there's nowhere in the public school system where you hear that this particular school has extra teachers for assisting those that require some certain assistance. Yeah. The whole issue is, we have some special schools for children with special needs. Most of them are children with special needs because they are visually physical. You can see what it is.
Yeah.
Right? It's either those that are blind, those that are deaf. There's something. But how about those that are...
Maybe who have ADHD, for example.
Yes.
Or there's something else. Dyslexia.
That's the word I was looking. Yeah. I was looking for dyslexia all along as we were talking. Because
who pays attention?
Who knows?
And it's really common.
If a child has dyslexia, when you detect, you can tell this one. How do you help them? When an exam is brought before them and they are still also given the same amount of time, it's 40 minutes this exam, sit, start, finish.
And they're in 20 minutes, they're...
Yep.
In 20 minutes, they haven't started because they're still panicking, for example.
Yep.
I mean, I hear you. And I think also about the school that we went at, I would remember very clearly that there were those maybe who had reading disability or comprehension disability.
Yep.
And during reading or literature classes, for example, they were separated. And they had a teacher who would do the extra reading and the extra learning with them. And that was clear But then they were able to then come back and assimilate with everybody else.
Yep.
But like you're saying, is that you're covering the syllabus, you're administering exams, you're doing 1, 2, 3 to finish the syllabus in a short period of time. What kind of attention then is paid to these who clearly, I mean, I've had conversations with adults who are very sure that they suffered dyslexia, for example, or ADHD in their learning years, but nobody really paid attention to them, you know? Save for maybe what their parents were able to do later for them. You have them going through the system just like, you know, cattle. Just pass through
it's the
for
process.
the sake of finishing.
Follow the process. You're basically in that chain. And we don't have that. And I think it's about time that we started addressing those issues.
I think so.
Throughout my schooling time, I never saw anyone who had a teaching assistant. There were kids who would not perform well. They were good, you would not perform well. Our CBC, what it's trying to do, it's trying to tell us, oh, those who don't perform well is because maybe they're very good in sport. So let's support them in sport. But you still need support in getting some basic education.
Exactly. And this is what this article actually is saying now. And unfortunately, what happens is that the blanket statement, unfortunately made by the CS, was that those who score low marks, they'll go to TVET, as though that is the solution.
Even in TVET, you will sit down in a class and you will need to read and write.
Yeah.
As you're learning, whatever you're learning, whether it's masonry, carpentry, whatever you're learning, you will still sit down in class. You'll need to listen to a teacher. You'll need to write. You'll need to take down notes. You need to comprehend.
It's clearly something that needs to be addressed.
Yep, a big one. It's 27 minutes to 7, Kenya's biggest conversation. Let's take this quick break, take a look at the traffic, and then we look at other newspaper headlines. Good morning.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. Brought to you by Colgate.
Mm-hmm.
'And a whisk of the tail and snap of the fingers, and there's already traffic on the Thika Superhighway, and it's quite heavy, and it's going all the way towards the Outer Ring Junction, moving really slowly. Kiambu Road looks really good, not too much of an issue. I doubt we're going to see a lot of traffic coming off that Chiromo area, because, you know, that road was opened up and that construction that took forever finally been completed. So hopefully we can see a smooth flow of traffic this morning. There's been a terrible accident at the EPZ junction, Kitengela, this morning. Really grisly one, and it looks fatal for quite a number of people. So if you're approaching that area, please be careful. There are emergency services there. Police are also there. So please approach with caution. And if you don't need to be in the area, please do not. Just a heads up about that accident that took place this morning, a few minutes ago, literally, at the EPZ junction coming from Kitengela. So watch out for that. It's likely to cause a little bit of a build-up, but we'll keep our eyes on that and let you know what's going on in a short while. Most parts of the city look pretty good right now. Let's keep an eye on things through the morning and talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
"25 minutes to 7. So, still talking about education. Schools are opening this week, right?
Yes.
Form 1s are reporting.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
There's a national outcry from parents over the sharp spike in school uniform prices ahead of the reopening and admission of Form 1 students. Some secondary schools have also defied a directive by the CS George Magoha, instructing principals not to demand unnecessary items from students reporting to Form 1. A look at some of the admission letters reveals huge costs for school uniform, some of which are more expensive than the school fees.
Which uniforms are these ones more expensive than school fees?
Pack a handkerchief. I don't know.
Okay, we should ask how much are the school fees.
A sample of schools' admission letters seen by the Standard have asked parents to pay uniform money to specific school accounts, a move that may lock out children whose parents cannot afford the price uniform listed by the schools. For instance, there's a top school in Nyeri County that wants parents to deposit 18,985 for uniform and beddings. That's 19,000 bob for uniform and beddings.
They give you the uniform, you don't go and buy for yourself.
Put in the money, come and take the uniform. How many shirts do you suppose they're giving a child?
2.
How many shorts?
2.
Okay, trousers. Let's assume this one. How many ties? How many sweaters? How many fleece jackets if they want to go? It's a top school. How many? Does uniform include shoes and socks?
I wonder. Socks perhaps, but shoes you probably have to get on your own. I don't think they include
beddings. What kind of duvets are they giving them? How many pillows and pillowcases to change?
19,000.
What kind of mattress are they giving? This is high density mattress. What? Orthopedic mattress. Another national girls' school in Kitui County is instructing parents to pay 17,200 per student for school uniform. The school says some of the money will cater for uniform labeling and students' ID card.
For one child? Or
embroidery, blah, 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 blah. The school also indicated in the Form 1 admission letter that school fees must be paid in full on reporting day. Kama utaki, kana mama yako. A top city school is asking for 34,000 shillings for uniforms. With instructions that parents must buy them from specific shops in Nairobi.
It's a cartel.
Another school is selling the uniform for 24,950. Parents whose children will be joining a city school will be paying 4,600 for students' weekend wear and games kits.
Which one is weekend wear?
Huh?
Which one is weekend wear?
See, a t-shirt like this. And
you can't bring it for yourself.
It has to be, it's going to be uniform.
Is people going to use anything?
So there's shirts and blouses and skirts and shorts and trousers, blah, 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 blah. That is weekday. Weekend. And then there's a sports kit.
Extortion.
Can you imagine?
It's rubbish. One student. Now imagine if you have 2 kids in that school.
What?
Where?
Parents who spoke to the Standard complained that some of the items can be bought in open-air markets. Go to toy market, get them lower price. School heads insist on purchasing the school uniform from the institutions because they're saying quality. We want uniformity. We don't want you to come here with a shirt that's supposed to be white and it's off-white. or some white that is white. Yes. People are just looking at you and wondering, okay, what school is this? What rainbow school is this? No, we want our red. We have our Pantone. Our red is C0000 G0Y. That is our Pantone. Okay. So if you're going to a market with that Pantone, it's fine. But we know you're not going to try
the
market
public
that.
Participation in how much this thing was going to cost?
Of course. For instance, a blouse that schools are selling at 600 bob each costs about 350 in an open market. Rubber shoes that parents will buy at 1,000 in particular schools are for 400 bob and 500 bob.
No.
For a fleece jacket that schools are charging 3,500.
It's 2,000. True. It's 2,000.
3,500 fleece jackets.
It's extortion. That's what's happening. It's a way to make an extra buck here and there. And it really is sad that schools have to go to this level to do that. As in, times are already difficult. Why are you doing this and making it more difficult for parents who are already having a hard time to get their children into school? People are sweating right now. High blood pressure, panic attacks. How are they going to get their kids into school because they don't have school fees to pay? Still coming off the back of those who decided to burn schools and have to pay I don't know what. Come on, man.
You know.
You'd even think it'd be cheaper.
Mago have bags and bags and bags and bags every year. Oh, do not increase school fees. Oh, don't send children home. Oh, don't do this. Don't charge exorbitant extra fees here and there. It's happening.
Even after he backed, there are people who are still doing it. And there was no follow-up in terms of, why are you doing this? No.
Utadu.
Magoha has said, very good. We are the ones who are here. You come, you do as we say, or you don't come.
Do you see our school now? It has performed. Do you want your child to perform or do you want... this is
really up to you.
Yeah, there's competition for slots in this school. If you can't, just go.
No problem.
You can find another school. There are 100 national schools, okay?
You can go elsewhere.
You can go elsewhere.
Won't you pay? You go and look for the
Where?
money.
It's unfortunate.
Very, very unfortunate. Okay, so the IEBC has said people should get your act together. All this guessing and musical chairs with only one chair and 400 people. IEBC says you have 3 days to pick your deputy. Leave us alone. Because we can't stand this anymore. Yeah, Raila, who currently, by the way, is in the US, could be forced to announce his running mate from abroad. But who between him and Ruto will break the ice? Everybody is like keeping us guessing. Let's not tell them just yet. We'll let them know later. IEBC says, that's how it is. Really? Now, they've said William Ruto, Deputy President, and Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition party, Raila Odinga, other presidency aspirants should name their running mates by Thursday. The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, who also invited the respective parties' officials for a meeting today at its offices in Nairobi after Azimio protested at the deadline. If IEBC doesn't review its decisions, Kenya will by Thursday know the running mates of DP Ruto and Mr. Odinga, the two leading presidential contenders. This is according to the story by Rosen Obala and Patrick Langat. The Nation. Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka has in the recent past been pressuring the Azimio leadership over the running mate slot, with the inaugural executive council meeting chaired by President Uhuru Kenyatta last week, resolving to appoint an advisory council to guide its choice. In the Azimio camp, reports indicate that the race has been narrowed down to Mr. Musyoka, Knox Martha Karua and Mr. Peter Kenneth. Agriculture Cabinet Secretary Peter Munya, Governors Ndirito Mureithi, Charity Ngilo and Lee Kinyanjui are also said to have been in the race. In the DP's camp, Amani National Congress ANC leader Musalia Mudavadi, Tharaka Nithi Senator Kithure Kindiki, National Assembly Speaker Justin Muturi and Kirinyaga Governor Anne Waiguru are said to be in the list from which the DP will choose the running mate. Last week, Mudavadi and Ford Kenya leader Moses Wetangula told Western Kenya that a deal had been struck to give them both 30% of the government. Analysts say this could mean Mr. Mudavadi is out of the number 2 race. So, in a letter to UDA, Azimio, Safina and ODM, IEBC said its decision for presidential candidates to name their running mates by April 28th is grounded in law. The rule also applies to governor candidates. IEBC chairman Wafula Chebukati rejected the argument by Azimio that since presidential hopefuls became candidates only after the first week of June, after the commission receives their papers, that is when they should be asked to name their running mates. So June, in the next couple of months, is when these individuals will receive their papers as presidential candidates and are saying, surely, after then is when we should be able to name who our running mates will be. Because even us, we don't even know if we're going to be in the race or not, based on when you will give us this documentation. So can't you wait? After you've given us the documentation, then let us name running mates. Now you want us to name running mates and we don't even know if you will give us the go-ahead to be aspirant.
IEBC has told them, look. The person who is running as president is running with their running mate. And you've been given the power to pick your running mate, not even to go through a nomination process where the people know. This one is given strictly to the person who's been nominated by their party to be the presidential flag bearer to name their running mate. When you come to us as IEBC, you come to us as a pair because that is who you are. You are a pair. This is one ticket with 2 people, president or governor. Now you come to us as a pair. You cannot come to us then you come to us and then you go again. You come back. Because we have first of all to know that the person who is running as president qualifies, meets the entire list, and the person who's their running mate also qualifies, meets the list. So you can't come to us. And then the commission says it's cognizant of the fact that in the 2017 election, the commission received the names of the presidential candidates and their deputies, as well as also of governors and their deputies before the date of registration of candidates. The candidate registration management system bears record vindicating this position. So this presents a solid precedent, and it's unsafe for us to depart from this. It's therefore our advice that you adhere to the constitutional, statutory, regulatory prescriptions, and you name your candidates, okay? Your running mates. So,
they've said no. These guys have said there's not enough time.
They've been told to come for a meeting. So
today.
Wasomewe live.
Sasa waambiwe tu fast. We tell you the way it is. We're not coming to negotiate. We're coming to tell you 28th April, tell us who it is or forget about it.
So they just do it. I mean, what's the issue?
Surely, what is it? By now they know who it is. They know.
If they don't know, they should burn the midnight oil.
Just figure it out.
Do it.
And leave us alone.
I get a feeling that the two main camps are playing a watch and see game.
Yeah, who's going to pick who?
Yes.
Yeah.
So everybody. So Raila's camp is waiting to see who is Waiguru Ruto gonna pick.
Freudian slip, perhaps.
And then Ruto's camp is waiting to see. So who is Raila gonna pick?
Is it gonna be a woman? Is it gonna be somebody from Central?
They're just sitting there and watching. Just take a bold step. You want to be president?
Do
Come
the
on.
business.
Be tough.
Waste our time, I bet.
It's be tough. As we are talking about that, those nominations, they're still ongoing.
They've not finished.
The issues of the fallouts from the nominations. So ODM conducted theirs on Friday.
Yep. And
now the appeals tribunal is listening to the complaints from today. People who are feeling, yapana bwana, what do you mean? In Nandi Hills, hours after Nandi Hills MP Alfred Keter's nomination was nullified, UDA has finally settled on Bernard Kitur as its candidate for the constituency in the August election. Kitur, who successfully filed a petition to the party's elections dispute tribunal committee, was handed a certificate. Malpractice, including voter bribery, intimidation, harassment of officials who conducted the nomination exercise, was cited, and this led to the revocation of Keter's endorsement as the party's nominee. At the same time, the tribunal directed the party's elections board to take appropriate disciplinary action against Mr. Keter, as provided in the nomination regulations.
It all depends on what the tribunal will do.
You know what? Initially, Kitur had garnered 7,468 votes. Keter had garnered 10,273. Okay? Now it has been
nullified. So they have. So what does this mean? They have to go back to the drawing board?
No, the ticket has been given to Kitur.
That's what I was going to say. It's already been given.
The ticket has been given to Kitur, and the National Elections Board has been told to take action against Keter. Alfred Keter. Alfred Keter is that very vocal and.
You think he'll take it lying down?
Is he being punished? Was he just edged out? Was he like this one? This one, can we trust this guy? No.
Here's a loophole that we can use.
Yeah. Elsewhere, ODM. An application by GEM parliamentary aspirant Jalango Midiwo for the ODM parliamentary party tribunal to review a decision that upheld the nomination of Elisha Odhiambo has been dismissed. The tribunal upheld Odhiambo's nomination for a second time and asked the party to give him the ticket. Midiwo had sought a review of the judgment, claiming he had more evidence that the party primaries held on the 12th of April were marred by violence. He filed for review on Wednesday after the tribunal upheld Odhiambo's win. Yesterday, tribunal chairperson Frederick Oregor maintained the appellant failed to prove that the exercise was marred by widespread violence and irregularities. This is in Siaya. GEM parliamentary seat. Remember GEM, for a long time, GEM MP was Jakoyo Midiwo. Now there is Jalango Midiwo. And the current MP, Elisha Odhiambo, was the contestant, was the Jalango's contestant. Opponent. Initially, Odhiambo was declared winner. Jalango complained. Tribunal said, no. Actually, Odhiambo is the winner. Now Jalango said, no, please, I have some more evidence. That's all bring. They looked, they said, Odhiambo is the winner.
Even with your evidence.
Can you just forget it, okay? Let's move on.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Now, still on nominations. The Jubilee Party will not field candidates for governor in Mombasa, Kwale and Kilifi counties.
They've left it for who?
See, for their brothers in Azimio.
Okay.
National Chairperson Nelson Zuya said yesterday, In the spirit of Azimio, we don't want to lose governor seats to our opponents because of unnecessary competition. He, however, said Jubilee will have candidates in Tana River, Lamu and Taita Taveta counties. Zuya says the party is not comfortable with a six-piece voting pattern advocated by Azimio presidential candidate Raila Odinga, who's urging ODM members to only vote for the party candidates in its strongholds. This is attracting criticism from some Jubilee members who say the call may deny him votes. Zuya, however, said voters have a right to vote for whoever they want. So, Mombasa, we have ODM, Sharif Nasir, we have Wiper, Mike Mbuvi, Songo, and we don't have Jubilee.
So it's between them.
Fortune tree for them, they don't have Jubilee. Now it's between.
Fortunately.
Fortune tree.
It's between them.
It's between them.
Who will come out on top.
Yep. There are other parties, by the way, in PAR that have candidates as well. PAR has a candidate which is also Azimio from Mombasa.
Either way, Azimio will still. Either way, whoever comes out, Azimio still gets.
The thing is now is Azimio splitting the vote.
That's the thing.
Is Azimio splitting the vote by having so many candidates? You have an ODM candidate, a Wiper candidate, a PAR candidate. We don't know which other political party may have a candidate there. And then you have Kenya Kwanza with one candidate, Hassan Omar.
So it's split amongst all those, or giving him. So, it's to wait and see now. Okay. Kenya sovereignty abroad. Ministry defends the status of mission buildings abroad. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has defended the status of Kenya's properties in missions abroad after the Auditor General, Nancy Gathungu, raised issues over their condition. Kenya's former ambassador to Australia, Mr. Isaiah Kabera, said that Ms. Gathungu may have overlooked information provided by the ministry during the management meeting. Details of missions in Washington, D.C. and New York in the U.S. and Geneva in Switzerland are contained in the Auditor General's report on the accounts of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the 2021 financial year, currently before the National Assembly. The issues had been brought to the attention of the ministry and had been discussed and appropriately explained to the auditors, Kabira said. The findings are based on an audit done in the 3 missions on use, maintenance and security and management of government property. The auditors noted that the government owns 5 buildings in New York on 2 acres, including Kenya House, the official residence of the Kenyan ambassador to the United Nations. Despite this, the government has been incurring 24.3 million shillings in annual rent expenses for the ambassador, who does not live in the official residence. Yesterday, Kabira said the ambassador's residence in New York was built in the late 70s. He added that over the years, the property fell into disrepair due to a lack of funded maintenance, as well as obsolete systems of plumbing, heating and cooling, which resulted in high maintenance costs. So basically saying, look, these things we told you, and now you're calling us out on issues that we had told you about, saying that certain things are happening because, for example, you have a residence. Why is the ambassador not living in the residence? And here we are paying.
I told it's because of old plumbing.
He said because the buildings are in disrepair. We didn't have money to fix them, and we've said this is the reason why. Gathungu was saying it doesn't make sense that you own property, you're not living in that property, and then we're spending extra money on rent. Why are we doing that?
Both officials are right. So Gathungu is right in doing her job and saying, all right, so here's an issue, and that should be addressed. When it goes to Parliament and the relevant committees of Parliament look at this report, they should then say, no, money must be set aside to repair all our embassies abroad. Can you give us a list of what is required? So that we can allocate money, budgetary allocation, to bring these houses back to order. And Kabira is right also to say, look, the ambassador is not living in this house because can't live in this house.
Uninhabitable.
However, were built in the 70s. How many houses were built in the 70s and people are still living?
Still functioning.
So this ambassador should come and live in Botella. And find houses that were built then and people are living and they're fine and they're working.
Madaraka.
You can't repair what? Sometimes I find it hard to believe that year on year, budgets are passed and we are maintaining an entire embassy and staff and paying their living allowances, plus school fees for some ambassadors, plus all those things for their children. But we did not have money to repair plumbing.
It's ridiculous. I'm sorry. It's ridiculous.
We do not have money to repaint a house.
No.
Come on. Come on.
No. It's
Come
ridiculous.
on. Those are jokes. Now, you saw the issue of cooking oil.
Hey, God. Mm-hmm.
Ati mafuta ya kupika imepanda. It has become now one of those things that are, someone comes to your house and you hide them. Someone comes to your house and you're cooking. Unapika na mafuta ya salad. Hey! You go back home with stories. Indonesia, the world's top palm oil producer, has announced plans to ban exports of the most widely used vegetable oil in a shock move that could further inflame surging global food inflation. The halting of shipments of the cooking oil and its raw materials, widely used in products ranging from cakes to cosmetics, could raise costs for packaged food producers globally and force government to choose between using vegetable oils in food or for biofuel. Indonesia accounts for more than half of the global palm oil supply. In a video broadcast, Indonesia's President Joko Widodo said he wanted to ensure the availability of food products at home after global food inflation soared to a record high following Russia's invasion of major crop producer Ukraine. I will monitor and evaluate the implementation of this policy so availability of cooking oil in the domestic market becomes abundant and affordable. Basically, what he's saying is we must make sure that our people can fry chips before those other people can go and kaanga kitungu.
Us first.
Yes. Us first. And this is half of the globe.
World.
Yes.
So the question
said,
is,
no ship leaves our shores with this product. Can you imagine what's about to happen?
hey God. The 1,500 that you're using to buy 5 liters of oil now is going to double.
Can you imagine what is just about to happen?
Omo.
Wow. Global
Breathe in,
prices
breathe
of
out.
crude palm oil, which Indonesia uses for cooking oil, have surged to historic highs this year amid demand and weak output from top producers, Indonesia and Malaysia, plus a move by Indonesia to restrict the export in January that was lifted in March. Now they've reintroduced it. Kwisha. People like now Procter & Gamble, Nestle, Unilever are large purchasers of palm oil. Oreo cookie maker Mondelez International accounting for 0.5. All those products, all of them, affected.
It's ridiculous.
Total madness.
Indonesia decides it's going to take care of its people first and the rest of the world feel the pinch. That's it.
Yep.
That's what's going to happen.
Total madness.
Here we are crying. Nabado.
Wow. Anyway, water.
Very much needed resource. Just trying to think of the numbers of people who've suffered because of lack of adequate, clean drinking water, water for cooking. And Colgate, in partnership with Well Boring, has sunk boreholes around the country to make it possible for folks to access. And they want to do more. And they're saying we can do this together. If you buy a package of Colgate from your Naivas supermarket, 10 shillings from that will go towards sinking 30 more water wells around the country that will make water accessible for 120,000 Kenyans. Can do it. So if you go out and do that, making sure that more people have access to clean water.
Indeed. Good initiative by Colgate and Well Boring. And we want to support as much as we could. Keep it here for more conversations. Remember, at 8 o'clock, we have Gorse Melango, who was the youngest person to be appointed by Mwai Kibaki into a state corporation as the board chair. And then at 9 o'clock, we have Matera Keriri, former State House Comptroller, who was also President Kibaki's private secretary. More on this coming up. It's now 7 o'clock.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
This is Intern Dennis Seto. President Uhuru Kenyatta will today receive the body of the former head of state Mwai Kibaki in Parliament, where he will lie in state for 3 days. In a statement, Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i, who is also the chairperson of the National State Funeral Committee, said President Kenyatta, accompanied by First Lady Margaret Kenyatta, will lead the nation in paying their last respect and tribute. The CS added that the cottage will leave the funeral home at 7:05 a.m. with Kibaki's casket draped in national flag and escorted to Parliament by his family. The CS stated that the solemn procession shall pass through Valley Road and Kenyatta Avenue through to Parliament Way. Matiang'i pointed out that a military three-guard honour will be mounted along Parliament Road for the entry procession into Parliament. The CS further announced that the public viewing at Parliament buildings will be between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Tuesday and Wednesday. After lying in state for 3 days, the military gun carriage and state funeral procession will make its way from State House to the Nyayo National Stadium on Friday, the venue of the national state funeral. During the state funeral, Kibaki will be accorded full military honours and protocols, which include conveyance of the body and escort in a gun carriage, accompanied by military musical honours and a 19-gun salute. The government has already declared Friday a public holiday to enable Kenyans to participate in the state funeral service, either physically or by following the proceedings on television, radio, social media streaming, among other outlets. Kibaki's body will later be laid to rest Saturday at his Othaya home in Nyeri County. Kibaki, who died at the age of 90, served as the country's third president from December 2002 to April 2013, taking over from Daniel Arap Moi. His death was announced Friday by President Kenyatta, who took over from him in 2013. Now, Azimio la Umoja, one Kenya presidential flag bearer Raila Odinga is in the US, where he is expected to meet various groups, including US government officials. Sunday, Odinga held engagements with Special Advisor to the UN Secretary General on the Prevention of Genocide Ali Swairi Munderitu and former US Ambassador to Kenya Michael Runberger, and also met with Kenyans living in the US. Odinga and his entourage are set to hold a series of meetings with senior US government officials as well as senior members of the US Congress in Washington, D.C. Now, aspirants who will vie as independent candidates in the forthcoming general elections are required to submit to Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission on or before 2nd of May 2022 a clearance certificate from the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties confirming that one is not a member of any political party. The certificate should be submitted at Anniversary Towers, the IEBC headquarters, between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. In addition, the independent candidates are required to submit to the Commission symbols they intend to use in the election upon clearance from the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. Now, 54 education ministers are among top policymakers expected to gather in Nairobi Wednesday and Thursday for the 21st Conference of Commonwealth Education Ministers. A statement from the Ministry of Education said the high-level conference hosted by the government will take place under the theme Rethinking Education for Innovation, Growth and Sustainability post-COVID-19. Its main objective is to discuss key education priorities within the 54-member Commonwealth geared towards the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The conference will bring together ministers, senior government officials, educators, development partners, civil society, and policymakers to share knowledge and good practices in education as the world recovers from the devastating impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. Participants will also identify areas of action and explore innovative approaches that can be adopted by member countries to develop sustainable and resilient education system. And Emmanuel Macron has won 5 more years as French president after a convincing victory over rival Marine Le Pen, who nevertheless secured the far-right's highest share of the vote yet. He won by 58.55% to 41.45%, a greater margin than expected. The centrist leader told jubilant supporters at the foot of the Eiffel Tower that now the election was over, he will be a president for all. Despite her loss, Le Pen said her vote share still marked a victory. The ideas her national rally represented, she told her supporters, had reached a new heights, but far-right rival Eric Zemmour pointed out that she had failed just like her father, who preceded her. It's the 8th time the Le Pen name has been hit by defeat. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Assetto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Southern Bypass is looking pretty good this morning. We're seeing some on Mombasa Road as you are outbound and also then inbound, then spilling over to North Airport Road. That's going to continue for some time. There's quite some action on Outer Ring as joining with Manyanja Road and then continuing north. We're seeing some traffic on Jogo Road. That still continues. Landis Road is really heavy inbound and then it's going to spill over to Kamkunji, which then is spilling over to Haile Selassie. It's really tight in that area. Langata Road for some time, actually, for the first time in some time, quite a lot of traffic on Langata Road. And we're seeing the spillover to Raila Odinga Way as well. Gong Road not looking too bad, but it's likely to pile up as we get closer to the 8 o'clock hour. Let's take a quick look at the Thika Superhighway. It's not too bad this morning. Actually, I take that back. Going towards the Outer Ring Junction at Allsops, that is really, really tight. And it's back-to-back traffic in both directions on Kiambu Road this morning. Not too bad coming out of Westlands. Let's keep an eye on things, folks. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down.
Well, it's still March. In honor of former President Mwai Kibaki, we shall move into April for a bit. Yeah.
For today?
Yeah, and then we shall come back after he's buried like this, after we finish this national mourning period. Back to factory settings. Okay. Taking that quick break. It's Eric and Ndu. City is away today, and we hope that he'll be with us tomorrow morning. So, in honor of CT and the fact that CT was going to give us Nigerian proverb today, Ndu has the Nigerian pidgin proverb.
Right. In pidgin. Not before night, then they start to look for black goats.
No, before night, then they start to look for black goats. You say goats.
Goats.
Yeah.
You don't start looking for black goats at night.
You don't start looking for a black goat at night. You won't see it.
It's already dark now.
It's dark.
Yeah. If you wanted to find, and you know the goat is black, and you know it's hard to see at night, you should have started early now.
When you can't call a goat and then it starts,
It will not answer back.
Yeah. It's not like a dog.
No.
Simba, Simba, Simba.
Oof.
Kuchi, kuchi. It comes. Or a cat.
Not goat. Goat thinks he wants to slaughter it.
You can't call goat.
Call goat, it thinks you want to slaughter it.
How do you call goat?
These animals that you want to slaughter, think about it. The ones that you call, they won't come running unless it's your pet. Sheep, goat, cow, call them. They think you want to slaughter them. Camel. Not camel, they have to talk to. You've seen them. They have to speak to the camel before they slaughter it. It starts to cry. These other animals, dog, cat, will answer you because they know you're not going to slaughter them. Goat, try to call a goat and it answers. Be afraid.
Come and tell him, dare you. I dare you. I dare you do this. So the nation is mourning former President Mwai Kibaki. He passed away. The announcement was made via presidential proclamation on Friday. And since then, we know what's going to happen. So the body is going to be taken to the National Assembly today. It'll lie in state until Wednesday. The president is called
Uhuru Kenyatta, the present president.
Yes. President Uhuru Kenyatta and First Lady Margaret are going to go to the National Assembly today. They'll be the first ones to view the body, and thereafter other dignitaries will view the body, and then it'll be open to the public. If it's conducted just like we saw with the former President Daniel Arap Moi, it's going to be a very smooth process. People line up, people come, people view, people pay their respects and pay their tributes, and it goes, all right? And then this will happen until Wednesday.
Yep.
Friday, Nyayo National Stadium, national prayer. Saturday, Othaya, another prayer in Othaya, and then interment, private ceremony at his home. So it's a week of national mourning.
Yep.
The president has said, I'm not going to fly the national flag on my vehicles, and neither should my ministers, and neither should my ambassadors, until the day Kibaki is buried. National buildings, we're going to be flying our flag at half-mast. All these things are taking place. And then now the country is in this period of mourning. We're looking at remembering President Mwai Kibaki. Farmers in the North Rift are among those who are celebrating the former president. They described him as an icon who put in place programs that enabled farmers to create wealth. A section of farmers yesterday said it was during Kibaki's tenure that agriculture became vibrant. They cited the signing of various creative and innovative policy documents, including Vision 2030. They said the subsectors such as dairy, cereals, coffee, sugarcane expanded due to access to credit facilities through the AFC. Returns from agribusiness were favorable because of subsidy programs. During Kibaki's administration, we would plant maize knowing we would make profit. The government would buy maize at 3,000 towards government strategic food reserves from farmers. This is according to Kimutai Kolum, who is a farmer from Uasin Gishu. Kipkorir Menjo, the Kenya Farmers Association director, said he spearheaded the revitalization of agriculture, used executive orders to return Kenya cooperative creameries to farmers. Others have also eulogized the former president, said many things about him. So when history has been written, and it will continue to be written, on the tenure of Mwai Kibaki, as president, as vice president, as minister for health, as minister for finance, and very many things that he did. And during his tenure as president, there are those that will look back and say, we credit Kibaki for what he did for the economy. Came in and revitalized economic growth, made sure that there was this huge investment in infrastructure, the direction that we took. And then there are those who will sit back and say, yeah, but remember 2007.
Yeah.
And 2007 was not just an event. It was a culmination of things that were happening.
Well, I mean, and of course, when you think about 2007, then you hear what comes to mind very quickly is post-election violence that took place in a disputed election. And that it would have been that now Kibaki wanting to serve his second term, then that is what marred his entire presidency. That folks remember his presidency as one that was marred by the country's worst ever conflict over an election. And unfortunately, it carries with it the stain. His presidency carries with it that stain for as long as you would remember. Carries a lot more than he obviously would have hoped, I'm sure. And that those around who were part of it or were not part of it, the whole country was plunged into this terrible, terrible thing that everybody then uses as a benchmark for what you hope would never happen. And I read something the other day. It was really interesting that he never spoke about it. He never spoke about it beyond what happened in that interim period. And we came out of that time when the two sides said, okay, let's let bygones be bygones and let's work together. He never opened his mouth to speak about that incident again.
Publicly.
Not publicly. No. Never said, okay, Kenyans, let's come together.
I regret
this situation that plunged the country into this terrible time. Never did. Never said anything. And the people who hold him responsible for that and say, you should have at least opened your mouth to say that. And I also thought as I read that, and I said, it's interesting that such sentiments only come out after the demise of someone. After the death is when you start to remember these things. And I guess for many people, it could be kind of like a cleansing thing that you used to say, okay, now that he's gone, I remember certain things. But then there's also the call from the other side that say these things should have been spoken of or spoken out while he was alive. That maybe then there would have been some kind of resolve or restitution then that would have been paid at that time. Nobody was necessarily laying a blame or pointing a finger at him, but he was right in the middle of this and should have been able to say something a lot more because he never did.
Well, remember, there was the Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Commission and all the other commissions that were established. One, the Kriegler Commission, audit that election, what happened, what went wrong. The Waki Commission, what caused the violence, who was responsible for the violence. The Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Commission, what is it that is bothering the country? What conversations should we be having as a country? Well, one could say that those reports were all received by the president, and he said, all right, so now let's let them move to the next phase. Maybe he should have been more vocal about it or more purposeful about it and saying, let's address it. But also, talking about it, and then you have Kenyans who've now been cited by Ocampo and spiriting them to The Hague, and then others saying, but why am I the one who's going to The Hague when I was not the president? I was not even a candidate.
Right.
Why is my name there? It's a dicey one for him as well.
Of course it would have been, but there's something about soothing somebody's heart, whether or not you raised your hand to perpetuate any of that violence or not. And at that time, there was responsibility that laid on his shoulders as the leader of the country to say, look, I can see where it is that we are right now. There's a certain soothing balm that you give by opening your mouth and saying certain things that would at least put people's heart at rest, even if it was temporary. And I think that was what was missing.
I'm sure President Kibaki actually mentioned post-election violence. You know, any of those speeches, either the speech after signing the National Peace and Reconciliation Accord with Raila, or when he went to Parliament and was participating in the constitutional amendment to introduce a position of Prime Minister, or in other national addresses, but not to the great depth, or that he wasn't speaking off the cuff, where you can tell, aha, so we are hearing him now. Saying that ile vita tulipigana tutaki tena ilikuwa mbaya naomba msamaha, you know, or like leaving office and saying, you know what, as I leave, I pray that we never get to that point again. You know, maybe that's what people are looking out for, but I'm sure if we went to the records, we will find a place where Kibaki spoke of 2007.
I'm sure he did. But, you know, look, when you go through a terrible thing, that it's not necessarily that these words are going to take away that terrible experience, but it just means that there's something soothing that comes as a result of it. I remember I told you guys a while ago, University of Lagos, there is a course in finance and economics that is named the Kibaki. It's called the
Kibakinomics.
It actually is named after him. So here we are looking at all these things, and really, I think that's one of the things that jumps out at people a lot is that in terms of the plans that he had, the things that he did when he schooled at Makerere and then came out after that, worked in government, the planning and development that he was then able to work on, I mean, touched not only Kenya, but touched the world. So then isn't it unfortunate, right, that you have this stain over something that essentially could be one of the most brilliant global plans for the development of a country that he had in his head and also on paper, right? There are models that are built after some of the things that he said. There are models for business and economics that are built after some of the plans that he put in place for the country, right? That went beyond when he was serving as minister to when he became president. And everybody still talks about it today. Whether we like it or not, the influence, or rather the development that came about in Kenya and its economy, you know, when he was president is something that cannot be forgotten, you know? And I think it is clear the impact that he did have on the country's economy. We've seen some other statements, you know, talk about how the economy then tanked after he left office. And I think that's one of the things he will be remembered for. But then it's a twin remembrance here because, again, here, the economy and everybody talks about it. But then also 2007 hits you in the face every time.
At that moment in 2002, when he was taking the oath of office at Uhuru Park, it was a big moment for a country. There were very many expectations that people had, all right? So by the time people were just jumping into the waters at the fountain of KCSE and saying maji yetu, nyumba yetu, and everything was yetu, there was something that people were expecting. It wasn't clear what, but there was an expectation. And Mwai Kibaki is here saying, Mimi, Mwai Kibaki, Napa. And he said, and then thereafter he delivered his speech and he said, you know what? This is a moment that is signifying change. From this point on, corruption shall be a thing of the past. From this point on, we shall work together and live together as one nation, indivisible nation, and all those things. And people look back and say, so what happened to the fight against corruption? How he spoke and said, I'm going to fight corruption. Now we look back and ask ourselves, did he do something about it? Brings the most vocal, the most visible person against corruption in the country. At that point, Transparency International was really, really visible. And the work that Transparency International was doing on highlighting corruption and corruption allegations and corruption scandals in the country was big. John Githongo was the head of Transparency International. John Githongo is tapped by the president. Come and be the PS in charge of ethics and governance. And that is looking and making sure that we identify corruption and loopholes that would be perpetrating corruption in my government. In fact, don't even sit in Harambee House. Don't even sit at Sharia House. No. Come sit in State House.
State House.
All right? And then we know what happened thereafter. And the Githongo and It's Our Turn to Eat book by Michaela Rong has talked about it. And what Githongo himself has been saying. But did Mwai Kibaki do something
about corruption?
Yes. I would say yes, he did. I would say yes, he did.
Could he have done more?
Could he have done more? Probably. Why didn't he do more? That's now the question where we should be asking ourselves, what is it that hampered and hindered that? Because remember, at that point, Kibaki is not a newcomer to government.
No.
He is a president, but he's a president who has been in government since 1964. All right?
Yeah.
He has known this government. He understands the government in and out. He understands how money is stolen in and out. I mean, he has been a leader of opposition. He's been a vice president. He's been all these things. Okay. So he knew. Could he have, done more, maybe to take a step to stop it? Probably. Did he look at balancing? Was he looking at, okay, so what do I want to focus on? If I start on this one, will I move this country to where it needs to move? Will I start another war here with people who will derail me and distract me from the bigger picture? Was it a bigger picture thought, probably?
Sure, because we still have some, during his presidency, unfortunately, we still have some of the largest corruption scandals to ever rock the country that took place during his presidency. Leave alone what happened then during the Uhuru Kenyatta presidency and then what happened during the Moi presidency. But, still, you will have markers of those scandals that took place under his watch. Because at the end of the day, we say, who does the buck stop with? The chief executive of the country. Could he have done more? And I think the answer is absolutely yes. And this is the unfortunate thing, that there seems to be a quasi-reluctance then to actually fight this corruption thing head on. Of the presidents that Kenya has had, Mwai Kibaki is arguably one of the ones who was most silent in his demeanor, that he was not as outspoken as the others. Who knew then where he was tightening the screws when he was not speaking publicly? Right? Was he warning his people behind the scenes and saying, guys, we need to make sure that we do this? We didn't hear him as verbose as Moi or as Uhuru has been on some of these things. Did he then have an appetite for saying, shut the door on this thing? But it seemed as though then he focused on building the economy of the country.
The greatest indictment, of course, comes from John Githongo, the man that he had brought in to fight corruption. When the man leaves and even goes into exile, and he says the things that he's saying, I discovered this, I took it to my boss, and my boss just looked at me, and it didn't seem to have the appetite to take action, the action that I wanted to be taken. It's a big indictment. But maybe there's a reason why. And that's the thing about speaking to the people who are close to Kibaki at the time. When Matere Keriri comes here, we'll ask him. So you understand the man. You worked with this man for many years, not just in State House. What exactly could have been the reason why he was not vocal or he was not very deliberate on stamping down corruption?
When he delivered the speech about his intent to fight corruption head on, I believe the country believed him. Because he spoke...
I believe he believed it.
Right. He spoke with a zeal that, it was really potent. And you thought, in the next 5 years, some of these things that we are seeing will actually not be the case. So then the question is, was it just a repeating of what you had heard before by saying, yes, we're going to fight this thing without a real intent to do so? Because we didn't hear it in the manner in which we heard it again after his speech. It didn't come out like that again.
But there was action taken again. So this is a particular one where we can say his close ally, very close ally, the person whom he had entrusted with the job that he had done for more than a decade, and that is being finance minister, Daudi Muraria.
Then, of course, was
Daudi
indicted,
Muraria went and he was charged.
Yeah.
Magari, who was a principal permanent secretary then, was also charged. And you can see, okay, so Kibaki said,
we're dealing with this thing.
Let the river follow its course. Let the river follow its course. Muraria is my friend. He goes to court. And by the time Muraria was dying, he had gone through this and it was a harrowing experience for him. Also, in other scandals, when somebody was involved in a scandal, Kibaki just...
I'm not going to do anything but let the thing take its course.
Carry your cross. Carry your cross. Another finance minister is indicted by parliament. Kibaki, carry your cross, man. When Kimunya was a vote of no confidence, carry your cross, my friend. He did not play any hand-to-hand deals to try and save Kimunya, nothing. You sort yourself out.
So maybe this is what I was saying then, that in terms of speaking out about and doing so with zeal and fervor, maybe the way he handled it was then being silent on these things. And when a case came against one of his trusted allies or one of the people that worked under him or with him in previous administration, it was that, you know what? I'm not going to meddle in this.
There are institutions in place.
There are institutions in place, and we have made sure that we do with the appointments of some of the most influential people at the head of some of these institutions, which also happened under his administration. Now let them deal with it. We have put them there to do the job. It doesn't matter who you are. If the gallows fall on you, they fall on you. So maybe then that was his way of dealing with it. I'm going to be silent about that and focus on what has always been my dream, to build this country economically. This thing that he was doing during the presidency didn't begin when he became president. He always wanted to do this was his dream. We saw the papers of 1964 when he was advising government from the outside, saying, look, if we're going to build this country in the way in which we ought to, just 4 years shy of independence or after independence, these are certain things that we must do. That was his pet project from the very beginning. So here he is in the presidency. We're going to set up those institutions that are going to work to make sure that the country's money is not pilfered. While that is happening, let me focus on building the country. So maybe it was his MO, and to the best of his ability, maybe it worked. And so even if we point a finger and say maybe he should have done more, maybe that was his style.
Yeah, and maybe it's the most that he could do. Under his circumstances at the point.
Right.
In terms of even balancing, okay, how do I list my priorities?
Yeah.
It's 29 minutes after 7. Let's take a quick break and take a look at the weather and traffic. And when we come back, we will allow you to call in and also share your thoughts about President Mwai Kibaki, the third president of Kenya, who will be laying in state from today until Wednesday at the National Assembly and will be buried on Saturday. Kenya's biggest conversation, also reminding you, for 760 shillings a month, that's the starting point, you can subscribe to Showmax. You get to watch some premium content, very, very good content, including Crime and Justice, this brilliant local production that is about crime and justice, starring big shots like who? Sarah Hassan. Sarah Hassan is Detective McKenna in Crime and Justice, and as other people and very, very good producers as well. Award-winning people who've been fitted.
Do you like that thing?
In the film? Which one? Award-winning.
Crime
and Justice.
Yeah,
I like it.
Maybe I should try and see.
You should try it.
I should try Crime and Justice.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
This Ramadan period, enjoy the greatest and best discounts from Quickmart Supermarket. Access variety of goods under one roof at Quickmart Supermarket this Ramadan. Get 50% discount on selected items and purchase selected items at 50 bob only at all
Mostly cloudy
Quickmart
conditions
branches.
in Nairobi at 16, highs of 24 and lows of 15. It's partly sunny at 16 in Nakuru. We'll see highs of 25 and lows of 15. At 15, it's sunny in Nyeri. 24 will be the high, coming back down to lows of 15. And Eldoret is sunny at 15. We'll see highs of 23. The rain showers continue in Mombasa at 26, highs of 32 and lows of 24, while it's also raining in Malindi at 28 already. We'll see highs of 32 and lows of 25. At 20, it's mostly cloudy in Kisumu. 27 will be the high. We'll also see highs of 27 in Kakamega, where it's mostly cloudy at 20. 22 and sunny in Kampala. We'll see highs of 24. 31 will be the high in a mostly sunny Dar es Salaam, currently at 25. Mostly cloudy at 12 in Johannesburg. 20 will be the high, lows of 7, and 23 and mostly clear in Lagos, highs of 31 and lows of 23. And it's at 23, cloudy conditions in Kinshasa, highs of 32.
If I'm found guilty, there is no problem. I'm willing to serve. I have no problem. Jails are meant for human beings.
They say a society gets the leadership it deserves. If you have a corrupt, crooked and rotten society like we have in Kenya, then of course they will get that kind of a leadership.
I think the president should dissolve parliament. That's the best solution at this moment in time. Dissolve parliament.
All of you go home.
Yes, we all go home.
How are we encouraging other people who might have new and creative ideas? Young people who are making money without any government help. They are just buying their own bundles. They are going on TikTok and making money. KRA is coming after them.
I've been in parliament for 15 years. We have been unable to pass the gender law. And yet no presidential candidate is talking about it now. Because we are fake. The truth is, all the men refuse to vote for that law.
What did Sonko do to Pumwani maternity hospital?
Yeah, he
with
cleaned
his
it
own
up.
money.
Cleaned it with his own money. That was him as an individual.
Yeah. And I did not say he was cleaning his own money. I was saying he cleaned
Foot, mouth. Foot, mouth. Eric. Inching closer and closer into traffic hour this morning, and it's continuing to build up on the Thika Superhighway. Mombasa Road is also doing that business this morning. We're seeing a spillover to North Airport Road and then out onto Outer Ring. The Southern Bypass is free and clear, folks. There's an option for you to get into the city. Langata Road, jam-packed. Raila Odinga Way also taking some of that traffic off folks who are not ready to go towards the ever-building up Uhuru Highway. And that's building up through into the city and then out towards Westlands. And that's quite sticky now. Coming off Thika Superhighway, really thick traffic, bumper to bumper, all the way past the Outer Ring Junction, seeping well into the estates this morning. And also, speaking of estates, coming off Kiambu Road into Pipeline this morning, traffic, and just some more. Limuru Road, also in and outbound traffic coming into the city. That's going to be there for some time. Coming to 8 o'clock, we'll likely see this pick up some. Are you stuck somewhere? Let us know. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Spice up your life.
All right, so let's open up the phone lines and let's have a moment to reflect on the life of Mwai Kibaki, the third president of the Republic of Kenya. What was Kibaki's greatest impact, in your opinion, as a leader in Kenya, as a member of parliament, as a minister, as a vice president, as an opposition leader, as president, as retired president? Because also that is something. When he retired, he retired. He did not want to be involved in, I'm still the leader of DP or PNU.
And I'm involved in that.
And, we still have to have a conversation here and there. You Vijana, you should be coming to my place every week and let's talk about what you're doing with the country. Nah. Some could say it's because of his age. Others could say it's because of the person that he was. He believed, I have done my bit. I have played my part. Let others now play their part.
And also maybe just going by
if
the
they
law.
reach out to me, I'm available, but that's it.
It's interesting because then you could say that he was guided by law, and then being guided by law and principle, and then his character as an individual came into play as well to say, look, I'm going to abide by law. Everybody has has expressed the need or want to stay on in power. Some have expressed that and gone above and beyond the law and said, Constitution notwithstanding, I'm going to stick around for a few more years, right? We even had Obama say, you know what? I'd love to stick around some more. But, we're guided by law. So I'm going to follow the law and leave the reins to somebody else. So is it speaking of his character, whereby it would have been really easy for him to say, you know what, I'm going to subvert this thing and just stick around for another 5 years so that I can complete that which I wanted to do? No. So is it his character speaking, or, abiding by the law also probably saying something about character?
Could be all those things. It could be a combination of all those things. Also, at the point when he was retiring, the fact that he had had that accident in 2002, whatever had happened, and just feeling, it's about time that I stepped back. But also, just as many have called him the gentleman of Kenyan politics, he did his bit, and he said, history will judge me for being honest and faithful to my country.
Right.
I got the opportunity, I did what I did. And I got the opportunity. There are many things I could have done, but you know what? On the balance of scale, you just look at it. What could I have done? What did I do?
Yeah.
What could he have done when he was vice president for 10 years, between 1978 and 1988? And that's the time when everybody talks about, hey. Kenya now went to the dogs.
Yeah.
So there are those who say, okay, but he was there. He was sitting there as vice president. Okay, all right. In 1988, he could have been removed he was to be rigged out. He wasn't. He was removed from vice president and made a minister for health. What did he do? Continued working.
Do the work.
He did the job. Was it because he was, very loyal to KANU, or loyal to Moi, or loyal to the country? What was it? As we look back and everybody talks about, in the Kibaki years, this and this happened. In the Kibaki years, for example, you'd not have these issues of public finance management. In the Kibaki years, everybody now talks about the Kibaki years.
And in that period, the question is, did folks know that they were living in a political and economic dispensation whereby it would be referred to in the future as the time where things worked? Unfortunately, with experiences, is that you only realize after that period has come to an end that perhaps you were living in what would have been the golden years, that you didn't have.
At that moment, I'm telling you, the truth in this country, in 2005, first of all, half of the people who are wailing today, crying and saying, oh my God, we've lost the best president Kenya ever had, half of the people voted him out. Not necessarily voted for Raila. They wanted Kibaki gone.
Because they felt that he was putting pedal to the metal too much. At that point, they were just wondering, okay, what the heck is this man? Is a tribalist, this man is a fence eater, this man is all those things. They wanted him gone. He's talking about the economy, improving the economy. What economy are you talking about? There's none.
What are we feeling? Okay? And you'd hear press conferences, and it was a political conversation of the opposition then. The then leader of the official opposition is the current president. And I remember him talking about at one point and saying, yes, this government is talking about economic improvement. What economic improvement when people are not feeling it in their pocket? What economic growth is there when people are not feeling it in their pocket? That was official opposition leader Uhuru Kenyatta, chairman of KANU, then speaking. Kalonzo Musyoka, at that point, when he also now went into the opposition after the referendum, I was like, people are crediting Kibaki with raising the economy. I mean, where this economy was, there was only one place for it to go.
It was only up. We were at the basement.
This thing about it's him. No, that was Kalonzo. I remember vividly those clips. At those points, people were just saying, what economy are you talking about? In the beginning of 2008, and when in the grand coalition government, which was not so smooth, it was constant bickering with Orengo and Miguna saying, this man called Ouru and this one called Muthaura are frustrating.
Are bleeding the country.
Efforts to develop this country. What are we talking about? At the end, in the last 2 years of the presidency, when it was now clear that Mwai Kibaki is leaving, now that's when we started saying,
he has worked.
Now here we have a LAPSET program, we have a Vision 2030, we have a thicker superhighway, we've got roads that have been opened, we have got now, we are going to launch the Konza Technopolis, which is a futuristic, we have, we're going to have LAPSET, which is also futuristic, looking to the future, we have improvements, we have a new pipeline. That's when we started now ticking the boxes and saying the things that have happened in the economy of the country.
Isn't that just human nature, though? I mean, think of a child who is disciplined by their parents over time. And you think, my goodness, isn't just this the worst experience ever? But then later on, when you realize, hold on a minute, the life lessons that you then were able to get, and you think, had it not been for that guidance, where on earth would I have been today? Some of the people who castigated him at that time are alive right now. One of them is the president of the country currently. To say that, the things that you're doing today, it was on the back of those things that Uhuru Kenyatta, for example, built his presidency. Some of the things that he completed today started during the Kibaki presidency.
Kibaki time.
Right? Kalonzo Musyoka still has a place in today's politics, largely because of some of the things that were set in place during the Kibaki presidency. Still has a place in national, argued however you wish, but still has a position today because of some of the foundations that were laid at that time.
Yeah.
Right? So call it what you may. What the man chose to focus on at the time when he was president is clearly something that people are still picking the fruits off of today. Right?
Yep.
And I think that's it. At the time where somebody is president, you have so much to say in castigation, but then you reserve the right later on to say, look at what the good things that this person did. Had it not been for them, where would we be today?
When you have a dairy cow and, it's producing whatever amount of milk it's producing, on a daily basis, you milk it once, twice, or in some cases 3 times a day. You never talk about how really productive your dairy cow is until it dies. In fact, the Kikuyu have a saying about it. They say it was producing very well after it's dead.
Exactly.
That's what and that cow, my friend.
Used to give us
a cow. We used to have a cow here that we could milk three times. It was giving us 20 liters. After it's dead, after it's gone, that's when you look back and appreciate.
Wow.
It's the same thing that has happened. When Mwai Kibaki left office, that's when the praises started coming in. That's when, not so much focus on post-election, on tribalism, on corruption. It will be mentioned here and there. And then we'd look for ways to explain it and to excuse it. But it's also because, right? But we say the things that he did. Raila Odinga, in his tribute to the former president, was talking about this particular instance where they were meeting. And he said, as President Mwai Kibaki was in his best element whenever an issue came up in cabinet that brought to the fore the intersection between politics, public policy, and service delivery. He says, on such occasions, whether the cabinet or in committee discussions, President Kibaki would allow full debate, taking in all the shades of opinion on the matter. At such times, he would merge his long career in politics with his rich academic background and assume a position of a listener. When he resorted to his signature, oh yes, you would be clear that he had detected the point of action, what needed to be implemented, or where the problem was. And whenever he came to that oh yes moment, you would not convince him otherwise. That is how he was able to buy fairly quickly into the idea that we could implement the free primary education in Kenya at a time when others doubted. That is how he began the process of ending decades of marginalization of northern Kenya and opening up through investment in infrastructure. I recall an early morning, this is Raila Odinga saying, an early morning discussion with him at State House about northern Kenya ahead of a full cabinet meeting. I was pushing the idea that most parts of Kenya that were developed are along the railway line, and that as president, the best he could do for our country was to expand it northwards. I did not have to explain further. Why don't we do it, he asked. Just like that, NARC and later the Grand Coalition government evolved a policy that pushed our development projects northwards, particularly via infrastructure. Even as president, Mwai Kibaki never stopped being finance minister. His eyes were always on the national treasury and his mind permanently on revenue and expenditure. Figures that had to add up and projects had to be initiated only when he was convinced that he would be able to finance them. Kibaki believed in teamwork and professionalism, and once he gave you a ministry to run, he would leave you alone unless you are falling or failing him. He stood with his ministers. He stood with me on the need to repossess grabbed land so that the thicker superhighway could be built. When a section of cabinet colleagues complained against the repossession, which on occasions demanded bringing down structures, Kibaki in cabinet argued that we could not build roads in the air. At all times, he encouraged teamwork among his ministers. That is Raila Odinga, his tribute to former President Mwai Kibaki. Kind of person that he was. You'd sit back, you talk, listen, what's your view, all right? What's your view? Okay. Listen, and then he'd say, okay, so I've heard. Then the direction for us to take is this
one. This one.
And that's it.
Everybody had an opportunity to have their voices heard. And you never know whether it was little pieces of those voices then that then came together for a final decision that then would be taken based on what everybody has said, not this one carte blanche kind of decision making regardless of what other people would say. I mean, it only makes sense as to why you then have people around you making up your cabinet to, have certain things decided upon. But it's interesting to hear that that was one of the things that he did do, listening to people, and then after that saying, okay, fine, based on what it is that you have said, this is my 2 cents as well, and then this is what we're going to do based on that. It's interesting to see that he was that kind of person. So you didn't hear or have this kind of bull in a china shop kind of approach to things. He was delicate in nature, that took in other people's opinions as well, and then made his decision based on what other folks thought. It's interesting. Andrew Franklin says, and this is one thing that I often wish that we would do. If we look back in time, oral tradition is something that we've held very closely as Africans, that a father would tell his children, and growing up, their children would tell each other about the experiences they had, and it would often then influence leadership in the community. Andrew says Kibaki passed away, leaving no memoirs, nor even an authorized biography documenting his career in government service. John Joe died and took his story unwritten to the grave. Moi slipped away also, without any historical records left behind. Kenya has no history. Why are these experiences, and they could be experiences then for future governors, why are they not written down? Why are they not documented?
There's something about it, because you can tell, for example, when we have someone like Duncan Degwa, former central bank governor, writing his memoirs, or people like Jenga Karume had a book written about him, people who also worked in government, several others have their books, but it's not everybody.
No.
All right? So in the case of Mwai Kibaki, have there been attempts to write his story? I think so. And I think one of these days we are hopefully going to host his last private secretary, and this is Nyeri Gituku, who tell us whether he actually had started writing a biography, an authorized biography of Mwai Kibaki's?
The rich experience that can be gleaned from the 60s when he essentially began working and thinking and creating for the government and for the country, then in terms of leadership and governance, in terms of economic development and things like that, is amazing in terms of what can be shared and learned for future leaders, in terms of what current leaders can then pick up from, that can be documented, or even his experiences in government, his experiences in the country, then that can be great little avenues for even those at a young age, that can then be turned into models for learning at school. I think we don't see the real importance of documenting life experiences. And it's not just here, it's across the continent. I think one of the few, we do have some documentation from Northern Africa and South Africa, of course, the books of Nelson Mandela and things like this. But it would be great if this was a common practice, because I think we are losing a lot of rich material to the grave that can be used in the future. And unless you have people who are in the inner circle of these individuals sit down with you, you wouldn't be able to know. You wouldn't know. That's
one of the things that would be said as, a thing that Uhuru Kenyatta will leave, is the establishment of the Presidential Library. And I think this is also being set up among the other things that are being set up at Uhuru Gardens. And the Presidential Library then has, you'll go into it and you go, the period between 1963 and 1978, everything that Mzee Jomo Kenyatta said, all the speeches made by Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, you'd find them there. So you find all of them documented there. Then you move into Moi's era, you move into Kibaki's era, you go into Uhuru's era, and all future presidents. So you have a presidential library. You can actually go back and see, this is what was said, this is what was happening at the time.
Yeah.
And I guess then, if we actually set up that proper secretariat, it would also be looking into documenting a lot of the things and having interviews and conversations with the people who worked close to them. For instance, Isaiah Kabira was Mwai Kibaki's press secretary, if we may call him that way. As the head of the president's communication unit, he sat with the president on all meetings that the president attended. He knew what the president was saying at all times. He also had the private conversations and the inner conversations with such a person. So Isaiah Kabira would be a good person to also document his experiences working for Mwai Kibaki, if others also did the same. So for instance, he authored a tribute, Isaiah Kabira, and he said, among it was talking about the proud moments, saying that Kibaki showed little emotion, but he would often offer grins when he was called the father of CDF, that devolved funds to the people and unchained leaders from the yoke of Harambes that had reduced politicians. He was also excited about the 2010 Constitution. He was excited about the vision, launching the Vision 2030. Whenever he'd go to the Nairobi Stock Exchange and officiate at the listing of a company who was there and say, this is how we're going to be able to finance our economy, it's a good way to go. So he had his moments. And if people like Isaiah and the others
could say this,
and Matere Keriri, who will be joining us at 9, could actually now come and say, okay, so this is working under, like the Duncan Dego book, is his experience working in a Kenyatta cabinet, working in that cabinet, working and rising to be, central bank governor, and all the things that he did, and just the inside stories of who pulled the levels of what.
Interesting, and then also learning, I think. I don't know who will encourage us to. One of the things that was said, one of the quotes I remember from somebody who said, and many have viewed it as derogatory, but all right, it says, if you want to hide something from a black man, put it in a book. So if we're putting some of these things down, lessons that can actually be learned, experiences that can then be heard from, then I think that it's very important for them to be documented. And I think that's a good point from Andrew this morning.
I think it also calls on, so journalists and people in production to tell these stories, to look for these stories, and we tell these stories. Like the series that the late Hilary Ngweno had started, The Making of a Nation, where he'd look back at historical moments, at historical events, and document them and say, this is what happened at that point. This is how DP was formed. This is how KANU crumbled. This is how KANU ascended to great heights. This is how KANU swallowed NDP. All those things were important. And maybe it's not only on the person to insist, I want to write a book and tell my story. But all storytellers in this country, we have very many creative storytellers.
Yeah.
Maybe this is a challenge
to tell stories.
Say, let's actually look out for these stories. As we look to tell other stories, let's look out for the stories of these people. Can I do a story, for example, on Matere Keriri? Can I do a story on Ambassador Francis Modaura? Can you do a story on even the current leaders?
Sure. How will the future generations know who these people were and what influence they had on Kenyan life and Kenyan governance and leadership? How will the future know unless for its documentation? Eric, is interesting because this week, even as we're looking at the life of Kibaki as an individual, as the president of the country and the administration that he led, we will have negative stories jumping out of the woodwork as well.
Of course.
We will have those folks who come out and say, absolutely not. Those 10 years of his presidency probably were the worst that Kenya experienced. There are those who've already started to say that there's so many things he did, but there's so many things that he could have done better. There's so many things that he could have done, period, that he chose not to do. There are many things that he did do which he should not have done. And even as we do this today, I think we must be cognizant of the fact that it's all part of the experience.
Yep.
And that in as much as we practice giving tributes to somebody who's gone and they seem to always want to be in the positive, that the negative as well, which is oftentimes not spoken about, is just as important in the experience and in the conversation to see what it is that folks remember.
That's true. Let's hear from Zachary as we go to the top of the hour. Zachary, good morning.
Oh, good morning, because I know you are going to the top of the hour.
Yes.
Let me be very, very fast, and I hope you are okay.
We are fine, thank you.
Okay, now, first of all, to correct you, we do not say that Erago, we say Eganago.
Okay.
Eganago, and this actually describes Mr. Kibaki. And I would say that about the dead, say nothing but good. Kibaki, I don't know, probably after 150 years, for those of us who are going to be alive like me, that is the next time that you are going to witness their person like Kibaki. Because if you compare what we are going through now and what we had during Kibaki's time, it's like death and sleeping, you know, you see. So I first of all take this opportunity to actually say my condolences to everyone who loved Kibaki. And the Kibaki was loved by all people. I've mixed with so many tribes, Kalenjins, Ruyas, Isis. Everyone says we wish Kibaki was back here. And therefore it is up to these guys who are, are starting to become leaders, the MCAs, the women reps, the MPs. Can they at least try to copy Kibaki halfway?
Well said. Well said. Thank you very much,
we have our dignity today because of that man.
Kweli kabisa.
Yeah, thank you, and have a nice day.
You too. Keep it locked. Kenya's biggest conversation, going to the top of the hour, reminding you about Colgate and well boring and the initiative that they're running across the country, building 30 wells, sinking 30 wells by the end of this calendar year.
Sure, making water available to 120,000 more Kenyans and saying that, children had to go long stretches looking for water, and these water wells have brought water to closer proximity, and the next 30 will make sure that more people have access to this as well. Buy a packet of Colgate at your Naivas supermarket. 10 shillings from every pack you buy will make sure that these 30 wells will be sunk in 2022.
Indeed. Keep it here for more conversations. In the next hour, we talk to somebody who was served as the chairman of the Youth Enterprise Development Board. And he was the youngest person appointed by Mwai Kibaki into the board of chair of a parastatal. At 9 o'clock, we have Matere Keriri, former State House Comptroller. Good morning. It's now 8.
spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Newswire Dennis Seto. The body of the late President Emilio Stanley Kibaki has arrived at the Parliament buildings where President Uhuru Kenyatta is expected to receive it as the country continues to mourn the fallen hero. Kibaki's body will lie in state for 3 days at the Parliament presence, and Kenyans have been given an opportunity to view the President's body. The mourning rituals have been taken over by the military, considering that Kibaki was Commander-in-Chief for 10 years of his presidency. The solemn procession passed through Valley Road and Kenyatta Avenue through to Parliament Way. After lying in state for 3 days, the military gun carriage and state funeral procession will move its way from State House to the Nyeri Stadium on Friday, the venue of the national state funeral. During the state funeral, Kibaki will be accorded full military honors and protocols, which include conveyance of the body under escort in a gun carriage accompanied by military musical honors and a 19-gun salute. The government has already declared Friday a public holiday to enable Kenyans to participate in the state funeral service either physically or by following the proceedings on television, radio, social media streaming, among other outlets. Kibaki's body will later be laid to rest Saturday at his Othaya home in Nyeri County. Kibaki, who died aged 90, served as the country's third president from December 2002 to April 2013, taking over from Daniel Arap Moi. His death was announced Friday by President Uhuru Kenyatta, who took over from him in 2013. Now, a scholar and political analyst, Professor Peter Kagwanja, has bowed out of politics after he failed to clinch Jubilee Party ticket to vie for Murang'a senatorial seat. Kagwanja said he will engage on matters of development and work with organizations championing various development projects in the country. He said although he was not satisfied with the party's decision, he accepted out of respect he has to the head of state, President Uhuru Kenyatta, arguing that he will not vie for the seat as an independent candidate. A Nairobi gubernatorial aspirant, Johnson Sakaja, has poured cold water on the candidature of his opponent Polycarp Igathe in the City Hall race, branding him a square peg in a round hole. The Nairobi senator, who believes he has what it takes to transform the city, has asked the electorate to be wary of Igathe's bid, referring to him as a quitter and a project of the deep state and state house. Sakaja, who is seeking to take over the reins in Nairobi County, will be vying on a United Democratic Alliance ticket in the August polls and will face off with Igathe, who Friday last week was unveiled as the Azimio governor candidate. With 106 days to go before Kenyans head to the polls, Sakaja and Igathe have since hit the ground running, promising to transform the city in the best ways they know how. Now, Nandi Hills MP Alfred Keter is expected to formally resign from the UDA party today after being stripped of the party ticket. Keter says he will defend the post as an independent candidate. Alfred Keter won the Nandi Hills nomination with 10,398 votes against his closest rival Bernard Kitur, who garnered 7,434 votes. Kitur lodged a complaint with the Dispute Resolutions Board and eventually succeeded in requesting that the outcome be annulled. The party's electoral board has now handed Bernard Kitur the UDA ticket. It should be noted that despite winning the nominations, Keter is seen as a rebel MP who has challenged Deputy President William Ruto on numerous occasions before. Now, the World Health Organization now says that a highly successful COVID-19 therapy must be made available to more people, further calling for wider distribution and greater transparency surrounding its pricing. WHO announced that it has strongly recommended the use of nirmatrelvir and ritonavir, sold under the name Paxlovid, for mild and moderate COVID-19 patients at the highest risk of hospital admission. The oral antiretroviral drug was developed by Pfizer and is the best therapeutic choice for high-risk patients to date. Now, the death toll from several migrant shipwrecks off the Tunisian coast has risen to 17 people. Earlier, the Tunisian Coast Guard said 4 boats carrying 120 African migrants headed for Italy had sunk off the coast near the city of Sfax. Another 5 bodies were recovered Sunday, adding to 12 found by the Coast Guards overnight. This is according to Murataki, spokesperson of the Sfax Coast. The Coast Guards said 98 people had been rescued. And Russia is planning a state referendum in the southern city of Kherson aimed at justifying its occupation, according to the UK Ministry of Defence's latest report. It says the city is key to Russia's objective of establishing a land bridge to the Crimea Peninsula, which was annexed by Russia in 2014 and dominating southern Ukraine. It adds that Russia employed this tactic in order to retrospectively justify its seizure of Crimea. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Assetto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Still continues on the Thika Superhighway this morning, and we're looking at quite some of it trying to get into the city. Some spillover from Outer Ring, which in turn is coming off North Airport Road. So that looks really messy all the way from there. Langata Road is really, really busy today. We're going all the way past the Southern Bypass Junction and then heading out towards the Bomas of Kenya. Interestingly enough, really tight traffic on Langata Road this morning. Also Ngong Road following suit, and Uhuru Highway. Then this is coming through the Nyeri Stadium roundabout, out into the city, into Westlands. That is really messy as well. Thika Superhighway is not giving up any reprieve this morning. Really tight going into the city. We're also looking at Kiambu Road. That continues. Limuru Road also. Quite some traffic as they then try to connect with the Wangari Maathai Way. All right, we're in traffic hour. We're likely going to be here for another hour or so. Let's keep an eye on things. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's coming up to 8 minutes after 8. Good morning, and how are you doing? This is Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room, on Spice FM, on YouTube and Facebook, Spice FM KE, and also live on KTN Home for the next 1 hour. It's the 25th day of April 2022, and yes, I said that right. We are in April. We are mourning the president. In this period of national mourning, we are not going to have any controversies. Okay?
No, not
today.
today.
Not today. It's not the time for controversy. So until next week, if nothing happens, come Monday, we are back to March.
Yes, because certain things must happen first.
Certain things must happen. We know power bills must come down by the end of the first quarter by a further 15%, promised by the president. We know the expressway must be opened in the first quarter, promised by the president as well, and several other things that were to happen in this first quarter. So until they do happen, we do not go into the second quarter. But the former president, Mwai Kibaki, passed away on Friday. We're in a period of national mourning, and so we shall briefly cross over into April in honor of the former president. City Muga is not with us today. It's Eric Latiff and Ndu Okoh, and Ndu has a basket of proverbs that she brought with her from Nigeria last week.
Well, let's start with one for today. So, you don't start looking for a black goat in the night.
You don't start looking for a black goat in the night. Say that again in pidgin. I just keep forgetting. I just know you start with night and then you go with goat.
Not before night, then they start to look for black goats. Not before night, then they start to look for black goats.
And you've got to do your lips like that.
Of course.
Not before night.
Not before night.
Then they start to look for black goats.
Goats.
Nice proverb. Gorse Milango is our guest this hour as we pay tribute to former President Mwai Kibaki. Gorse Milango was a youthful leader who was appointed by Mwai Kibaki to chair the Youth Enterprise Development Fund, becoming the youngest person to chair a national parastatal, a state corporation in the Kibaki era. Gor, good morning.
Good morning. Yes.
Good to have you in the Situation Room.
Thank you.
Welcome to the hot seat.
Great.
This is Kenya's biggest conversation, and we're glad that you've joined us today.
Thank you very much.
Worked for very many years and doing very many things. Just briefly, for those who do not know, who is Gorse Milango?
I am a businessman. Mm-hmm. It's a simple businessman who was called upon to serve the nation in a very critical sector, which is the youth sector. Mm-hmm. And I served well. I am proud to have served well.
What did you do?
I started off, I think, as a youth activist and basically help in the formulation of the national youth policy. And with the help of Parliament and President Kibaki, we enacted into law to create a legal framework to be able to implement the national youth policy. Mm-hmm. So then I sat in the board as a representative of the National Youth Council, steering committee then, and then I was appointed as the chair of the board.
When a president selects you, when a president appoints you, there's huge credit notes.
Yes.
So why do you think you were selected, appointed?
I think it was out of the mere fact, the fact that I had worked with young people and advocated for the national youth policy and the creation of that a legal framework to be able to help young people engage in all these political processes and socio-economic processes that helps the country. But it was also a great honor because at a young age, given huge responsibility and expected to deliver, that was a big thing to me. And I'm happy. I was proud to have had that opportunity. And again, I did it well because then I was also honored with the head of state commendation for that work.
Right.
Yeah, so the citation basically was about the work I'd done for young people.
Okay.
Yes.
When did you join the National Youth Council? And what is the National Youth Council? What were you doing in the National Youth Council?
Basically, National Youth Council was, there was the National Youth Council Steering Committee, which was basically bringing young people across the country. And we were elected two in every region. The 8 regions, we used to have provinces before the counties were formed. So basically, we were 16, and then they brought in those people. We were a 27-member committee, which is basically was bringing together young people from the 8 provinces then, 2 elected ladies. Each province had to produce a lady and a man. So we had 16 plus those who are representing interest groups, including persons with disability and so forth. So then we went around the country to be able to collect views of young people, what they wanted the national youth policy to be, which was to help government be able to formulate policy to address emerging issues that affect young people. Yes.
So which year was this?
That was about 2007.
All right.
Yes.
So in 2007, this is just heading into the
elections yes.
of 2007.
Yes.
And then you joined the National Youth Council Secretariat. You become part of the National Youth Council.
Yeah.
And you are formulating a policy that would then guide the government on how to deal with the youth.
Oh, yes.
Did you have an interaction with the president at this point?
Yes, I did. I did, and even during the campaign, some of the issues we brought forward as a memorandum on what we were looking forward to be addressed by the president. And it started long before, because I think 2005, that was 2005, I think, is when the Ministry of Youth was formed. Because that was agitation, because then we needed to have a Ministry of Youth to be able to address specifically the needs of young people. So after that, then we embarked on the government then embarked on the issue of formulation of a national youth policy. So it was basically visiting districts or the districts literally of the country. So we met a lot of young people across the country. And after that, then there was a legal framework for the formulation of that policy. So then we needed that enacted into law. So because basically most politicians, take youths as very interested people, not interested parties.
Right.
Yeah, so they use them or misuse them, and then after elections, then they get nothing out of it. So out of that concern, then we wanted a legal framework which will be entrenched in law that will be able to address several issues affecting young people.
Obviously, like you said, you interacted with President Kibaki often.
Yes.
What then what did he say about what he wanted the youth footprint, the footprint of young people in this country to look like?
Yes. He had clarity of purpose. So he was not, he wanted to understand what were the issues and most likely what were the solutions. He's not one of those politicians who brush off, basically would give you an ear and then after that they forget about it. He would want to follow up. He would take a piece of paper and a pen and then write down the issues and he was more interested in solutions as well. So so we had several discussions and he said he would be able to have all of them implemented. And when we said we needed a legal framework to guarantee the safety of the document and the continuities, he said that would be fine. So he brought in together those members of parliament who are concerned and and the head of civil service to ensure that was implemented.
And were they all implemented to the
letter?
Yes,
they were implemented. In fact, we had a national youth policy and the National Youth Council was created, and then there was an advisory board which was to report to him as well, and that was created. I think the first chair of that board was then the guy who became the chair of Youth Fund after the guy who took over me. That was Ronnie Osumba. So I think everything was implemented. But later I think it was watered down by some people probably who didn't understand why. Yeah, because the National Youth Policy was implemented and the legal framework was put in place. But now there is the National Youth Council is weak. It's not what was envisioned in the act.
Okay.
Because the young people were supposed to be elected.
Right.
There is a secretariat now, which I think is headed by a CEO, but most of the members are appointed, not elected.
Sure.
Yes.
I know that there's a propensity to speak well of someone after their demise. And
it's African.
That's all right.
Yes.
That's it's honored.
Yeah.
What would you say was difficult, or was anything difficult about getting some of these things done during Kibaki's administration?
I think Kibaki was easy. As long as you had your facts correct, you had all the matters raised up and put in paper, and you were clear on what you wanted done, he made sure that it was done. He would delegate. He's a guy who I think he appointed mostly competent people to run institutions, and he had confidence in them, and he would ask you to do what you need to do in order to execute your mandate. So basically, he would get things done. It wasn't difficult. It was straightforward. It was clear. If you knew exactly what you wanted to do, it should be done. And he brought, you remember, he brought in performance contracting. And he said, what gets measured can be done. Because if you get it measured, then it can be done. So I think that was one of a very strong point. I found him easy, and he entrusted you with the position, and he gave you the mandate, all the powers you needed in order to execute your mandate.
But Gaur, you were not reporting directly to the president. You were reporting to a permanent secretary and a minister who would then now report to the president.
Unfortunately, that is a misnomer. When you are appointed by the president, it means that both the minister and yourself is presidential appointees. The PS that you say, you don't report to the PS because the PS sits in your board as a member of the board. So which means as a chair of a youth fund, the PS in charge of youth is a member of that board, either him directly or his representative. The PS treasury is also a member of your board, himself or herself or their representatives. So therefore, you report to the president, actually. And during Kibaki time, he liked getting the economic outlay of the country, and he was more interested in what the young people were doing. And he would ask questions, and he would take notes. He wanted to know what was going on, how many young people were employed, how many were unemployed, how many were taking loans, how many were not taking loans, and why they were not taking loans, and were they repaying. So basically, he was a hands-on. He would be able to listen directly.
So how often would you have meetings with the president to report on the work of the Youth Enterprise Development Fund?
Mostly monthly, and he would also look on, ask about the budgetary constraints.
So every month,
yes,
you would have a meeting with the president to report on the work of the Youth Enterprise Development Fund.
Yes, he was very keen on it.
What kind of questions would he ask? You got to understand his preferred mode of presentation, and the kind of content that he wanted, and the kind of questions that he's likely to ask you. So give us
he was not a guy for chit chat. He wanted you to go straight to the point.
You don't get in there and start saying,
no. He was very clear in what he wanted. So he would ask you, he used to say, hapana kizungu mingi. So in very simple terms, he wanted to know the problem and the solutions therein. And so he would ask the same questions, like how many young people are out there, how many finish school, how many are working, do you have the data? He liked data.
Right.
And he liked problems and solutions. So you'd ask how many have taken loans, so how many are paying, how many are not paying, and why are they not paying? Are the programs working? What needs to be done? What interventions at this level, the presidential level, would be needed so that everything goes right?
One of the things that we've always said about the Youth Enterprise Development Fund, after it was initiated by Mwai Kibaki, the information out there was not as widespread. But first of all, there's the existence of this fund, and how you can access the fund, how you can engage with the fund.
Oh, yes.
Did he ask you these questions? Did he ask you what you're doing to make sure, for example, when you say, how many youth finished school? How many youth have applied? Of course, you'd have a huge disparity in the number of youth who have applied for your fund versus the number of youth who are out there jobless. What would your answer always be?
He was very thorough. He would ask you a question, and most likely he also had a rough data on the same. So he was very well informed. Yes, very well informed president. Yeah, he would ask you about the data, and most likely he would also have roughly the same data. And he was more interested in solutions. So what happened is that if you looked at the history, if you check at even the budget right now, the budgetary allocation for youth fund was so much. I think every year we would get $1 billion bob every year, and they would increase it if there was need on any budgetary supplementary budget. So what he used to do, he would ask you, but he would have a very rough idea on exactly what was going on. So it was easy interacting with him, but he would, what was interesting, that if you didn't have content, or if you didn't look like you know what you were talking about, you would fall asleep. Like, he wouldn't want to listen to nonsense. Yes, that was a bit interesting, because he wanted to get...
How many kind of opportunities did you actually witness this? Where you went there and you were just boring the president to sleep?
No, I didn't, but I would, because if it was an economic outlay where you would have PSs and ministers, then you would be part of the team, and he would listen to every presentation. And when it was interesting, he would listen, and he would take a piece of a pen, and he would write on a notebook, which was very interesting. But if you could see somebody didn't have facts, or boring, petty talks, and he'd
switch off.
Yeah, just switch off. And that was easy to understand that. Yes.
Did you see that a lot of the projects then that were being implemented, because he had a vision, and
Yes.
when he during inauguration he spoke about some of the things that he wanted to do.
Yes.
Obviously, the inclusion of youth as parties, interested parties in the country, was one of them.
Oh, yes.
Do you see that then the work that you went on to do was linked directly to what his vision was for the country? And were these things working in tandem?
Yes, they were. First he told us that the Kenya as a country had been running without a vision. So then he created Vision 2030. As you know, now we have 8 years to 2030. And President Kibaki believed in a vision, because now he said, as a human being, you have a vision, what you want to do in the next 5 years, 10 years. So he said it was very sad that as a country, we were running a country without a vision. Then we had a Vision 2030, and it was clear there were pillars that would be able to drive that. So there were several issues which he wanted put in place to be able to drive that agenda. So my disappointment basically is that if we have a country where when other leaders come in and then we deviate from the vision, then we do not achieve the long-term vision of a country. And I think that is basically the reason why our country has not developed the way we say in 1963, we were together with Singapore and Malaysia. But they are far, because these countries have a vision. They have a roadmap, a clear roadmap. And Kibaki was very clear about that. He wanted to transform Kenya, and he was clear on what needed to be done. And he said we need to have a vision, and that Vision 2030. And he set up a board for it. And he said all these institutions must be able to work together towards the achievement of that Vision 2030. So I think he was a visionary, and committed towards that.
You moved over from Kibaki left office when you were chair of the Youth Enterprise Development Fund.
Yes.
Uhuru took office while you were chair of the Youth Enterprise Development Fund. And you've served then under the two presidents.
Yes.
How would you compare them?
I think they are different in their styles of management. I think in terms of trust, Uhuru trusts 120%. And I think he gives sometimes, unlike Kibaki, he gives rookies jobs, or probably, for lack of a better word, some of his appointees are incompetent. And he gives them an opportunity to do a job and trust them 120% that they would deliver. And sometimes they disappoint him, and the country gets disappointed in that process. So I think I remember an instance where I went to the US for a leadership training program, and I was scheduled. I went to speak at the World Bank headquarters in Washington D.C. And after I spoke, and we were talking about young people empowerment in Africa and across the world, and I had a chat with the World Bank boss, and in the presence was one of the diplomats at our UN mission in New York. And he called me aside and asked me, were you by any chance appointed by President Kibaki? And I said, why? Why? I said, yes, I was. He said, I thought so. And that summarized basically what I think Kibaki took his time. If you looked at most of his appointments, were people who had content. And the difference was that he would regularly want to check whether the mandate was being executed. I think the difference is that President Kenyatta trusts more. He gives 120% and gets disappointed on the way. Kibaki would regularly try to check whether the work was measured. So was it being executed as per the mandate or not?
And did people respond to this? The checking often.
Yes, they would, because performance contract was a contract.
Right. So was there the general understanding that, look, fellas, if we don't do this job right, under Kibaki, he will be checking regularly. And if not, there's a likelihood that we could be chucked out of office.
Oh, yes.
Right?
He would, because there was performance contracting, which means if there was including rapid response initiatives that would run like 100 days, that he would say, to answer what Eric was asking, that you needed to give information to young people to take loans. So you say, so how long would it take you? You say 100 days. Or how long would it? Then that is measured. You say within 100 days, you'd be able to come back here and say that this number of young people have been informed and uptake of loans have gone up. So there was a system of checking because it was performance contracting. It was based on your performance. Yes. As opposed to just working and nobody checks.
Right.
Nobody knows what's going on. And then 1 year, 3 years down the line, you realize nothing happened.
Has happened.
Yes.
Let's take a break at this point. We're having a conversation with Gorse Melango. He was the chairman of the Youth Enterprise Development Fund appointed by Kibaki, the president. He also served into the presidency of Uhuru Kenyatta. Previous to that, he served at the National Youth Council. Talking about the experience working and reporting to the president, the youngest person to be appointed by President Kibaki to head a state corporation. 8:30, we are live on SpiceFM. We are also live on YouTube and Facebook, reminding you about Crime and Justice on Showmax for as little as 760 shillings a month. You subscribe to Showmax, you get to watch all these, we said, documentaries, what else? Series,
movies.
Films.
Such good things.
Yeah, sports as well. And Crime and Justice, one of the shows also showing now on Showmax. Season 2 is out. Are you watching it? Make sure you do. We'll be back shortly.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. Brought to you by Colgate.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
Remember when Silas reminded McKenna?
There's different kinds of justice.
Prepare for the return of detective duo McKenna and Silas, fighting to protect their lives as they discover a justice system infiltrated by a mysterious cartel. So, will the law prevail? Get ready for Crime and Justice Season 2, A System Corrupted.
Watch Crime and Justice only on showmax.com.
All right, so the sun is out in Nairobi this morning. We'll see highs of 24 and lows of 15. 17 degrees and partly sunny in Nakuru, highs of 25 and lows of 15. 13 will be low in Nyeri, where it's sunny at 17. And Eldoret is cloudy at 18, highs of 24 and lows of 14. It's raining in Mombasa. That still continues at 28. We'll see highs of 32 and lows of 24. Malindi, rain showers at 29, highs of 32 and lows of 25. Kisumu is cloudy at 22, highs of 27. Kakamega, highs of 27, mostly cloudy at 22. Continues to rain in Kampala at 22, highs of 24 and lows of 18. And Dar es Salaam this morning, rain showers now at 27, highs of 31 and lows of 25. Looking into Johannesburg, it's mostly cloudy at 13. It'll go to highs of 20, and it's mostly clear in Lagos at 24, highs of 31. And 32 will be the high in a mostly sunny Kinshasa at 23.
If I'm found guilty, there is no problem. I'm willing to serve. I have no problem. Jails are meant for human beings.
They say a society gets the leadership it deserves. If you have a corrupt, crooked and rotten society like we have in Kenya, then of course they will get that kind of a leadership.
I think the president should dissolve parliament. That's the best solution at this moment in time. Dissolve parliament.
All of you go home.
Yes, we all go home.
How are we encouraging other people who might have new and creative ideas? Young people who are making money without any government help. They are just buying their own bundles. They are going on TikTok and making money. KRA is coming after them.
I've been in parliament for 15 years. We have been unable to pass the gender law. And yet no presidential candidate is talking about it now. Because we are fake. The truth is, all the men refused to vote for that law.
What did Sonko do to Pumwani maternity hospital?
Yeah, he
with
cleaned
his
it up.
own money.
Cleaned it with his own money. That was him as an individual.
Yeah. And I did not say he was cleaning his own money. I was saying he cleaned
Foot, mouth. Foot, mouth. Eric.
Okay.
The Situation Room.
Still continues in most
Kenya's
parts of the city
biggest.
this morning. We're looking at spillover then from Mombasa Road, heading out towards Uhuru Highway and then into Westlands today. That's quite heavy. Jogo Road, not too bad for a Monday morning. Coming off of Landis, however, going towards that Kamkunji roundabout onto Haile Selassie, both directions, it looks pretty crazy. The Thika Superhighway just past Survey, the Tally Drift there is where you find the most traffic this morning, and on Kiambu Road a little bit better but still quite sticky. Coming off Limuru Road as well, inbound traffic still continues. Outbound not so bad. Outer Ring looking really good right now. Let's keep an eye on that and see what happens in a few minutes. Let's talk on SpiceFM. KE on Twitter, text 40127.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
25 minutes to 9. Kenya's biggest conversation. It continues. Eric Latiff, Ndu Okoh, and our guest Gor Semelango, the youngest person ever to be appointed by President Mwai Kibaki to serve in the board and as chair of a state corporation. Gor, very many people during the time when Kibaki was in office would constantly talk about Kibaki and saying Kibaki just brought back his old buddies whom he served with in the 60s and 70s into government. This whole issue of youth is a story. Look at the ministers that he has. Look at the people who are being appointed into the boards of the various state corporations. Of course, during that time, before you were appointed, you would say the same thing, wouldn't you?
I wouldn't say the same. I think probably he wanted the country to be steered in the right direction. Probably during that time also, there was, I think most members of the cabinet were coming from members of parliament. So I think he had probably limited choices. But he tried his best. I think what was important then was to get the issues addressed, was the country to move in the right direction. Of course, everybody is human, so probably in terms of the balance, probably there were more older people than younger people.
What, there was a wider pool, a bigger pool of older people than there was a pool of younger people?
Yes,
to pick from?
I think so. Probably because him coming from having been in opposition and having been in government probably for a long period of time. Because I think the law isn't clear. That's the biggest problem, because even now the law doesn't tell you where the president will get, except when it says that they will not be members of parliament. It doesn't tell you where will you get a cabinet minister or who you are appointing. Basically, it comes from the president's head, or his cronies, or people around him. So I think that is a bit of a problem, because then he can pick anybody. I mean, from the street, or those if you are with Ndu here, that's the person you stay with every day. So most likely you see their competencies and all that. I think there was largely, it was what would work for the country.
Those who would understand the job and those that he
deliver.
felt that they could deliver.
Yes. And I think sometimes that's more important.
How would he handle when things went south? How would he handle it when things now were really going out of whack and it needed somebody to now steer things back, which obviously then him being in the position of CEO of the country said, look, things are not going as earlier envisioned. We must do something then now to realign.
Maybe I wasn't in the situation room then. I would imagine he was a bit calmer in his demeanor. So I think then he got things done, because then he doesn't show that he's worked up. And I think even in public, he would occasionally brush them off with some jokes. And when he probably would not want to suffer foods, he would call them pumpafu. But I think it was in jest, and he was a bit calmer. So I think his situation room may have looked a bit organized.
Would it be bad if that's what he actually felt? Even if you say he said it in jest. Is that what he actually felt? That, we could... Come on, guys. We
Because
can't
I
have a
think he was-
situation where things are going like this.
Because
really.
I think he was a bit intelligent. Intelligent people find fools very. I mean, they wouldn't want to take a lot of, for lack of a better word. He would call them pumbavu because then he didn't see why somebody would do such stupid thing. That would not be good for the national good.
Yeah.
How was his communication? So he has a vision and he has what he'd like to see his government deliver, right?
Yes.
So he comes up with his new policy. I want to empower the youth. Yes. Let's establish the Youth Enterprise Development Fund. Let's create a structure for it so that the youth can access loans and be able to repay and they grow the economy. All right?
Yes.
Now, when you're appointed to sit on the board or to become the chair of this board, would you have moments with the president where he tells you, the whole idea of the Youth Enterprise Development Fund and the vision for it is this, so that I expect you to steer this organization in this particular direction? Or were you picking that now from...
No, he was clear. He had, like I told you, he had clarity of purpose.
So how would he do it?
His communication was clear.
I would imagine he's not
fast.
doing presentations. So Gor.
No.
Slide one.
Yes, he would. He would want to know exactly where the direction you are going, and he would tell you when you're not going on the right direction.
Okay.
Because remember he was a youth also. And he had this background. He was finance minister. He understood how the country was run. And he would say, you need to understand the wider picture of how our country is run. The balance of payments, what the forex inflows. He needed you to understand so that you had a global view of things.
So you understood what Kibaki wanted
yes,
with the Youth Enterprise Fund.
And if you didn't, but you also listened because he wanted to know what are the problems and what are the solutions. So he was also concerned about whether you understood the subject matter. And whether you had the solutions for the problem. Because then he didn't want people who always complain, about issues without having solutions.
So now that you understood the president, what was Kibaki's vision for the Youth Enterprise Development Fund? What was it supposed to do and to achieve?
It had mandate. Probably when you have a look at it, we established what was called Youth Enterprise Development Fund. Had 4 major mandates. One was to give loans to young people to do businesses. 2 was to give financial institution loans for onward lending or do what would be called a credit guarantee scheme. And then 3, there was basically he wanted a situation where we'll be able to create opportunities for young people to do business. That was creating infrastructure like the market centers and create stalls for young people to do those business. A 4th one was actually labor export, which under my watch we had created what was called Youth Employment Scheme Abroad, which was called a Secretariat. Because if you look at countries like Philippines, because there's what is called structured labor export. They export labor up to about 10 million people, and it's structured labor, where you have an officer, an attached foreign affairs in our foreign embassy, an attached officer to look at the opportunities available and the contracts that are being provided to our young people and the general population that want to work abroad. So then he was very keen on how that structured labor should work. And we set up, a place in 19th floor, of Ambank House. The Ambank where Capital used to be, Laundry House. And it was basically to be able to do away with these labor employment organizations who are, recruiting our people.
There's agents that are swindling people.
Swindling people and then taking them to foreign countries Arab countries with very bad contracts and slavery. So, but I don't know how it died. But those are things he was very clear on. He was saying, if there's unemployment, so how many young people are leaving tertiary institutions or ordinary level, and how many of them are being absorbed in informal employment and formal employment. He was very clear on those things.
Do you think he adequately resourced the Youth Enterprise Development Fund? Did you have sufficient money
we did.
To set up your structures, and to lend to, like you said, the youth and the financial institutions.
Yes, that's why I told you if there was need, you would even include in fund supplementary budget. Because, for instance, I told him we needed structures that were grassroots. So he said, so you tell me how many and what budgetary implication it would have. So he said, we'll need 2 youth officers in every constituency and they would need a motorbike. So he said, we'll give you the budget. So we recruited 2 youth officers in every constituency and they were resourced. And we created what was called a resource center, and they were given motorbikes. I also told them we could use the defunct postal corporation, the offices because of the posta. And that we would have a one-stop service. Actually, that was my idea, if you didn't know, which was later changed to Huduma Center. Yes, because you said there are defunct postal corporation offices across the country, and nobody's sending mail. Letters now, because so we could turn them into a one-stop center where we would have young people get all the services they need, and women and youth and persons with disability and probably the general population. It was, of course, later adopted by the ministry. Then was the minister, the one who was stealing, was called Anwai Guru.
Wow,
surely.
Gore. Okay.
Sorry. Nothing proven. Listen, with all those things that you've said, this was the vision of Mwai Kibaki on how to empower the youth.
Yes.
Among the things that, whenever we review the Youth Enterprise Development Fund, we've spoken to now, this is the 3rd chairperson that we're speaking to.
Yes.
The challenges of the Youth Enterprise Development Fund are always coming out to the fore.
Yes.
Number one, it's not easily accessible by the very many youth in the country. So you talk about having constituency centers.
Yes.
A constituency is serving very many people.
Yes, yes.
How many youth are able then to go into that constituency? How many are aware that the Youth Enterprise Development Fund is at the constituency headquarters? Number one.
Yes.
Number two, it's about the information and access to information. How many people know what they need to do to access the Youth Enterprise Development Fund? And that's why we say, up to this point, has the Youth Enterprise Development Fund delivered Mwai Kibaki's vision?
I don't think so, because now it's less resourced. I think now the information I had last, I think they had about 250 million a year. Yes.
How much did it have in Kibaki's days?
No, we were running into about 10 billion.
Okay.
Because every year, and there was repayment. But then the issue of information, you see, that's why we created information centers, resource centers, that apart from the other information, you'll be able to have other information on health issues, all that's issues that affect young people. But more so, the biggest problem was when you go to a bank to take a loan, it's not something you go announcing. You don't see somebody posting on a Facebook page or internet or saying that today I took a loan of 20,000 of 1 million. Nobody wants to say they took a loan. So that information was very limited. So, but then the information out there on how to take a loan, because there were several loan products that we had agreed on, and those we shared with him, and he said, what are the products? So there's developed several products, including what was to be a credit guarantee scheme where the government would be able to guarantee money being given to young people, and the financial institutions will be able to give money based on that credit guarantee scheme. So the information is there. I think there are minimal resources now. They may not have what President Kibaki had anticipated, because we have a huge population of young people.
Sure. You say that, so you're saying that obviously what's happening today is incongruent with the initial vision.
Absolutely.
Some might argue that then the vision was not delivered in a manner that would give it longevity, or moving forward, individuals then were not appointed to deliver that vision.
No, the answer is what I see.
Which one do you think it is now?
No,
because
the answer
if somebody had planted a vision in the minds of those who worked under him or her, right, that it would be able to live out, regardless of who came in.
Oh, yes.
That obviously has not happened.
It hasn't happened.
What do you think is the reason behind that?
The reason probably is, like I told you, we had a Vision 2030. So everything we needed to do to be in conformity with the Vision 2030, so that when we move towards Vision 2030, then everything, all the pillars falls into place. The moment you deviate vision, then you come out with other issues that don't move towards that vision, then obviously you do not achieve that vision. It's basically if you say that you'll be able to have a PhD in the next 10 years. So there are things that you do. If you have a first degree, then you have to do your master's degree, then you have to do your PhD.
Yeah.
You know, it has to go in tandem with your vision.
Sure.
And you must act. See, you say you have the passion, you put it into action, and then you have the noble intention. So if these things are not aligned, so you're not likely to.
Do you think President Uhuru Kenyatta should have continued to carry out President Kibaki's vision?
I thought so. Not only President Uhuru. I think every every leader that comes into, as a country, we need to agree that we are going to have a vision 2030. And the country is going to have a vision because we've been running a country since independence without a vision. And so everybody, not only President Uhuru, whoever comes in must be able to follow in a certain trajectory to ensure that then we achieve a vision.
What about the incoming vision of a new president or a new leader, for example?
You see their fundamentals.
Does that play?
You see their fundamentals. I mean, whoever comes in, there's what we want as a nation. And then the rest of the things fit into what we want. That is, I think most of the nations that have developed, including those nations that may look undemocratic, is because maybe the leaders stayed longer, or the people who took over from the leader stuck to a vision which was good for the nation. So then we have everybody thinking towards achieving a certain objective for a country.
If by some act of nature or anything else, Kibaki would have remained president or for some reason remained in power for another 10 years, do you think that things would have been different? Based on the fact that you worked under his administration, you saw certain things happen in the manner in which they did. According to you,
it would.
Do you think that Kenya needed more of Kibaki?
I think so, absolutely. But also the combination was also right. When you look at the second term where President Kibaki did the running of the country, running of both government and state, and we had the Prime Minister Raila Odinga work with him. So there was a political of it, and then there was the government running and getting programs on course. I think if we stayed that way, in fact, if you dare ask me, if we had that coalition government for another 10 years, the country would be very different today. We don't necessarily would need to have Kibaki to stay, but if there was a way we would have a vision of a country
of handshakes.
Not handshakes, but if we would be able to have a calmer country and a focused country in terms of what socioeconomic development we want and stick to that, then we will be able to have a great country. And that is, I think, the problem of African countries. Everybody comes with their own mind and their own thinking without looking at the foundations of what needs to be done in order to make a country grow socioeconomically.
So you started, you worked under Kibaki in one way or the other from 2005 into 2007. If you compare the two terms, 2002 into 2007 and then 2008 into the final 2012, 2013 when he handed over to Uhuru Kenyatta, those two terms of President Mwai Kibaki, what is it that made him not be able to work well, and what is it that made him work well? Which one would you say in the first term or the second term he worked best? And why was the other term different?
No, I would say the first term basically was laying the foundation. It is basically what has happened with President Uhuru's term, that you lay the foundation, you come up with the clear programs, and you start the implementation. The final year basically is to ensure that all the programs that you had, which were geared towards achievement of that vision or whatever it is implemented. So if you look at the first term of President Kibaki, there was a bit of the position was stronger and therefore probably a bit The government was a bit unstable, and then we went into a referendum which was defeated. So there was a bit of political upheavals, which basically destabilizes a running of government, especially African governments. And then the second term is that there was a little bit of violence after the elections, and then they came together, and then now all the political formations were together, so they had a grand coalition, which basically with very minimal opposition. So some people did politics, others did, but far and large, the focus was on development and bringing the country together.
So you think a president is then distracted by the politics of the day?
Oh yes, big time, especially African presidents, because it becomes more of survival to be able to manage the political processes, and then you have to forget. Because when you focus, even if you look at President Uhuru's term, this last term, he has achieved the bypasses have been built now. We're doing all these things that he has done, the kilometers of roads. But you see, it is what the opponents are saying, because then they don't, majority of Kenyans don't look at what has been done.
Yeah.
They look at the political, how the politicians break it down to them. So there is a bit of problem. It brings political instability, which is a bad thing about our country, is that after every election, then we start politicking.
Sure. Quickly, the corruption question comes into play.
Yes.
The institution where you were is one of those that will be looked at as a conduit for corruption.
Yes.
And President Kibaki wanted to fight corruption. He said this very strongly.
Yeah.
Was it difficult for him to do so because of the people that were there? Was it hard, or did he lay down the letter of the law and was not accepting of any kind of untoward behavior?
He did, and he was very clear about corruption. But as usual, once we have his cabinet largely was composed of members of parliament. By law, I mean, he had to get members of parliament. So you find that when you want to fire a politician who has dipped his fingers in, public coffers, then it becomes difficult. It becomes a community issue. So I think he was committed to fighting corruption. I remember I got into the institution which was, had some issues. So we had to fire some people. We had to call in ethics and anti-corruption to help us fight this. But you would find that there was resistance. So you'd find being called by politicians to stop taking this action or the other action. So that is a bit of a problem that most of political setup. And that is what has happened also in the President Uhuru's time. Yes, because then you have people within your cabinet or very senior ranking government officials who are engaged in corruption, and they believe that the corruption is their portion and they have to exercise that power to benefit, to get personal gain.
So you think the president is unable to fight corruption because of other external factors?
Yes, because just...
no amount of resolve and powers that's vested in the office of the president can deal with this thing called corruption?
The law notwithstanding.
No, they can, but it becomes limited in African setup because it is sometimes it is the people around the president who abuse that power because they have access to the president and they have access to power, and it becomes very difficult. If you look at the President Kibaki's term, a lot of people were jailed for corruption. People went to jail. There's even a principal secretary or permanent secretary went to jail for corruption for the first time in the history of Kenya. So there is, to an extent, a resolve by a president to fight corruption, and it does happen, but to some extent. To some extent, because then when politics comes in, then the politicians start accusing the state of using certain institutions to fight corruption, and it gets messed up.
And presidents across board really want to stay within the good graces of those who they're surrounded by.
Because they're elected by people. It's very painful, you see, like now what has happened, you look at even the current president and the situation he finds himself in. It's because if you arrest politician A for engaging corruption, then you're told you're fighting
You're misusing state
resources to fight individuals, and the Kenyan population is the problem as well, because a Kenyan taxpayer or a voter do not understand the difference between a politician who steals their hard-earned money or their tax money and gets that money to use it for their campaigns or to satisfy their greed. They haven't.
Yeah.
It is very difficult to explain to a Kenyan
that this one is a thief.
That this one is a thief.
Fight.
That the thief becomes their thief. As long as the thief is there, so it's fine. So I think that is the problem with politicians and African presidents.
Gor Semelango, we thank you very much for joining us, for sharing with us your experiences working for President Mwai Kibaki, when he appointed you as the youngest person to serve in a state corporation, chairman of the Youth Enterprise Development Fund, and also all the other work that you did. Asante sana.
Thank you very much.
We've been live on KTN Home and online on YouTube and Facebook, and as well as SpiceFM. We continue being live on SpiceFM and online. In the next hour, we have a conversation with Matera Kereri. He was the State House Comptroller and Private Secretary to the former president. He'll give us the story of the Mwai Kibaki that he knew. Good morning, 9 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Aspirants who will vie as independent candidates in the forthcoming general election are required to submit to Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission on or before 2nd of May a clearance certificate from the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties confirming that one is not a member of any political party. The certificate should be submitted at Anniversary Towers, the IEBC headquarters, between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. In addition, the independent candidates are required to submit to the Commission symbols they intend to use in the election upon clearance from the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. Now, Nandi Hills MP Alfred Keter is expected to formally resign from the UDA party today after being stripped of the party ticket. Keter says he will defend the post as an independent candidate. Alfred Keter won the Nandi Hills nomination with 10,398 votes against his closest rival, Bernard Kitur, who garnered 7,434 votes. Kitur lodged a complaint with the Dispute Resolution Board and eventually succeeded in requesting that the outcome be annulled. It should be noted that despite winning the nominations, Keter is seen as a rebel MP who had challenged Deputy President William Ruto on numerous occasions before. Elsewhere, the ODM party also revoked the Game constituency nomination exercise. Current MP Elisha Odhiambo had won the by-elections with 7,405 votes against Jalango Midiwo's 6,384 votes. The board had declared Elisha as the winner before a complaint was lodged by Midio.
The kids arrived at the polling stations late, and in some areas, especially in my strongholds, this began at about 12 noon. Some of the kids were not configured, and it looked like they appeared like they had been used somewhere else before they were brought there. All the clerks in game were teachers whom we know, and they are allied to the outgoing MP, Mr. Elisha Odhiambo. So we wonder how the clerks were arrived at, were chosen, and the returning officer is a well-known friend to the outgoing MP, Mr. Elisha Odhiambo.
54 education ministers are among top policymakers expected to gather in Nairobi Wednesday and Thursday for the 21st Conference of Commonwealth Education Ministers. A statement from the Ministry of Education said the high-level conference hosted by the government will take place under the theme Rethinking Education for Innovation, Growth and Sustainability post-COVID-19. Its main objective is to discuss key education priorities within the 54-member Commonwealth geared towards the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The conference will bring together ministers, senior government officials, educators, development partners, civil society and policymakers to share knowledge and good practices in education as the world recovers from the devastating impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. Participants will also identify areas of action and explore innovative approaches that can be adopted by member countries to develop sustainable and resilient education systems. Now, 5 youths belonging to an organized criminal group dubbed Panga Boys are in police custody following an arrest by police officers on patrol in Majambere Ward, Kisumu Sub-County, Mombasa County. National Police Service say the 5, whose group derived its name from the preferred weapon of choice, were armed with machetes and were on a mission to commit serious crimes within Sokomjinga area. The police pointed out that the gangs, who were also in possession of marijuana, were placed in police cells pending arraignment. National Police Service called on the members of the public who may have fallen victim to atrocities by the gang to report to Majambere Police Station for further police action. And 4 suspects have been arrested in Kibaki for allegedly stupefying passengers on a Nairobi-bound bus in order to rob them. The 4, Stephen Odero, Benson Odero, Joshua Orengo, and Harrison Nyamu, are said to have boarded the bus in Kisumu Sunday with the intent to commit the crime. According to a statement released by the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, the bus driver Emmanuel Baraza noticed an unusual situation on the bus in which everyone was fast asleep except 2 people who alternated positions across the bus. Baraza then detoured into the Kibaki police station after suspecting something was amiss. The 2 suspects' plans to flee were foiled. Now, the United Nations has lauded President Uhuru Kenyatta for leading efforts as the African Community Chairperson to foster peace in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo and the neighboring countries. Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who spoke with President Uhuru Kenyatta, assured him that the global body will support the initiatives being put in place by the regional bloc to promote peace in the war-torn country and the region at large. The mineral-rich DRC is struggling to contain dozens of armed groups in the east of the nation, many of which are legacy of 2 regional wars a quarter of a century ago. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
All right, still some traffic on Mombasa Road today, and there's in and outbound just past Imara, Daima there, that section. The Southern Bypass looking pretty good, however, not too much of an issue there. We're also seeing some coming off Jogo Road. It's been heavy since morning. As you just get past Sharimoyo out towards Landis Road is where the stickiest of it will be. The Thika Superhighway looking much better this morning. We just have the last dregs of traffic coming off of Kiambu Road. Apart from that, looks like we've ended traffic hour early, but we have a little few some traffic here and there on some of the roads this morning. We'll keep an eye on those. Help us out here as well. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up.
It's 7 minutes after 9. This is Kenya's biggest conversation, the Situation Room on Spice FM, also live streaming on YouTube and Facebook. This period where we are mourning the former president Mwai Kibaki this whole week. We have a new guest in the studio. We'll introduce him shortly. Makitere Keriri, the State House Comptroller, and Mwai Kibaki, who has also served as his private secretary. But before we introduce him, let's hear the day's proverb from Nigeria by the Nigerian.
Okay, so you don't go looking for a black goat at night. You don't start looking for a black goat at night.
You don't start looking for a black goat at night. And you said this was told to you by your mother just last week.
Yes, just last week she said. So it's been in my...
What were you talking about?
Very many
Who
things.
was the goat?
The goat.
Not me.
Mzee Matere Keriri, we thank you very much for joining us.
Is your mother alive?
She is.
She is?
Yes.
Wonderful.
When you hear that proverb, Matere, what comes to mind? What do you think the Nigerians were saying?
I mean, she will have to tell us what she is saying.
Who the goat was.
who the goat was. I mean, and all I'm saying is, I hope it was not me.
You start early.
You don't start looking for a black goat at night.
At night. I remember that, but I ought to know the meaning. What does it mean?
You know, you plan early.
Yes.
You don't start when things are already,
Right.
at the end.
That's right.
Especially when you know that it would be hard to find later.
That's right.
You start early so that you can get the best results.
That's why I told you the one thing that Kibaki taught me when he joined Makerere University College in 1959 was, for anything you do, you must first have a strategy.
Right.
Because that is what leads you to starting your project. Because you want to know what you wish to achieve.
Yeah.
That is what, as I said earlier, I joined Makerere University College in July 1958. And Kibaki came from London School of Economics, where he had gone to do public finance, BSc public finance, Bachelor of Science in Public Finance. And he came and found us in Makerere and started teaching us. One of the things we were told about him is him and Edwin Mutei, who was the first finance minister of Nyerere's government after independence, were the first to achieve a Division 1 degree in Makerere, and they were the first to achieve that feat in Central, Eastern, and South African.
Wow.
The first Africans to achieve that. And when he came to Makerere, he told us that he has just come back from London School of Economics, where also he achieved a first division degree. And as I say, he taught us, and when he began teaching us, there was some connection between him and me, and we sort of liked each other.
Yeah.
And we became friends. And after 1 year in Makerere, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga came to Makerere and said he wanted to talk to Kibaki. And Kibaki talked to him. And thereafter, he told us that I am going back to Kenya. To do what? I've been invited to go and become executive officer of KANU. KANU executive officer. And I asked him, are they going to pay you? No. I don't need to be paid. I'll go and do the job for my country. And he came to Nairobi. He did the job very well. And you will be surprised that he covered the whole of Kenya. Western, Nyanza, northeastern, coast, by, is it called hitchhiking?
Wow.
When you stop a vehicle going somewhere.
So he didn't even have an official vehicle
He didn't have an official vehicle. Until one day he had a small Volkswagen, which was so old that it wasn't much use to him. And he worked as that until Lancaster House conferences came.
Yeah.
And then Jomo Kenyatta was released. And you know what happened thereafter.
Yep.
We achieved our internal self-government in June 1962. At that time, Kibaki formed the first government. And soon thereafter, we got full independence in December 1962.
At this point, Mzee,
I had myself been posted to the Treasury as an assistant secretary, which was the beginning of an executive officer's job in government. On 21st March, I can still remember that, 21st March 1962, just before internal self-government, when James Kichuru took over from Sir Ernest Vesey, who was the Minister for Finance in the colonial government. And I'm not talking about myself now, we're talking about Kibaki. But I was, this may interest you, I was shown an office which was going to be my office, a 10 by 10 office. And one morning, someone opened the door without knocking, and I saw the old man coming in. That is Jomo Kenyatta. He was then Minister for Constitutional Affairs and Economic Development. And he told me, "Hey, how are you?" "Very well." Shaking. You see.
This is Mzee who was
Mzee himself. I mean, for whatever reason, he had come into that office, my small office, and he told me, "Come on, sit down. I am Jomo Kenyatta. Sir, I know you."
Like you needed to be.
You needed to be told.
Because I had met him the first time when he came to what was then Embu District. And we in Kirinyaga, we were in Embu District.
Right.
But he visited a place very near my home. And we all went there as school children. I think I was in grade Standard 3, I think. Standard 2, 1947, when he came back from London.
Wow. So he walks into your office?
No, this time he walked sit down. He told me, "This is my office."
Oh, where you were?
Where I was. Oh, good Lord, why am I here? No, don't you worry. I mean, I give you this office, and you sit in it for as long as your boss wishes you to sit there. It is my office, but I have my other office in Gatundu. All I need you to do is, if you receive my mail, please have it sent to me in Gatundu. I don't have to come here. So he asked me a lot of questions and so on. I told him, but we're not talking about me now, we are talking about Kibaki. Then 3 months later, Kibaki was made assistant minister, then designated parliamentary secretary. Because assistant ministers normally go to parliament to answer questions on behalf of the minister. And there we started together.
So had you maintained the relationship between
me and Kibaki, of course.
Your teacher and friend?
Oh, yes. During the holidays, I came to Nairobi. And he used to take me to some places in small hotels and some bars and so on. And our best place was then called Mochohi's Corner Bar. Now, that place was on Racecourse Road. You know, there is a church just as you enter Racecourse Road from Haile Selassie Avenue.
Yes.
There is a church called St. Peter's Club.
Clavers, yes, Catholic Church.
Just after that church, there was a place where we used to go. It was owned by a late Muchohi Konyo. And that's where we used to meet. I was on my vacational job, working with what was then called Standard Oil. It then changed into ESO.
Yeah, okay.
Do you people know what ESO means?
What does it mean, actually? I know ESO.
You know ESO?
What does it mean in full?
It is S-O.
S-O.
Yes, Standard Oil.
Oh, really?
You didn't know that?
It was written as ESO.
S-O. S-O.
Okay.
No, I was working for holidays with and I used to go and meet him. We go to Bahati, go to several places. Then I would go back. And,
so you served with now Kibaki when he came to the Treasury.
I served with
as
him
a parliamentary secretary.
And immediately he came there. I think Kenyatta loved him. And Kenyatta thought of he should appoint him a minister, but he didn't. He appointed him an assistant minister and immediately made him the chairman of what we called then Economic Development Commission.
Right.
Which now he led very well. And it is during that time that he started what you can call the beginning of our economic development as an assistant minister.
What was the job? What was the job of the Economic Development Commission?
Economic Development Commission was to advise the government on economic development, on what we should do.
So, like drafting policy.
Drafting policies, and finding out which institutions we ought to create so that we can begin. And as I told you earlier, he started by developing a strategy for our economy. Now, I think I should inform you, or the people who are watching me, that he is the author, or he was the author of sessional paper number 10 of 1965. You know what it is? It was? Do you people know what
it was? Our first economic blueprint, wasn't it?
It was like the first economic blueprint, and it was handed African socialism and its application to Kenya. And that is where we began real economic development.
There are people, now that you've brought that up, there are people who have talked about this particular sessional paper number 10 of 1965 and have said it shaped the way our government and our country would develop.
Exactly.
And there are those who say that it is the same sessional paper that also condemned some parts of this country into underdevelopment.
Why?
For saying that we shall concentrate our economic development on areas that are highly productive.
Now, where do you begin if you want to come to Nairobi from Nakuru? Where do you begin? Do you go the tarmac road, or do you begin on the Earth road, or do you begin following the tarmac road?
You follow the tarmac.
You follow the tarmac road.
It's the one that leads you to Nairobi.
Therefore, there must be a blueprint which you have in your head that this is the way I want to go. And if that is the way you want to go, then you follow that way. It cannot have been the paper that condemned this country. It started the development of this country.
Mm-hmm.
And it was called African socialism. You are an African.
Yes.
This country must be led by Africans.
Yes.
Now you must develop the country starting from knowing the mentality of our own people. Because it is people you want to develop. So you must start by knowing their mentality. Begin there before you go onwards to where you want to go. And he did a lot of work. He is the person who started, or him and the late Dr. Gekonyo Keano, you people are probably too young to know. He was a very dynamic Minister for Commerce and Industry in this country. He started what we call Africanization of trade. And he used a lot of Kibaki's brain. And normally people in this country think, and they're probably rightly so, that book was written by Tom Mboya.
Okay.
But it was written by Kibaki, or authored by Kibaki. But at the end of 1965, the president appointed Mwai Kibaki the Minister for Commerce and Industry. And split the Ministry of Finance into two. Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Planning and Economic Development.
Yep.
And Tom Mboya was appointed the minister for that new ministry.
Yeah, Planning and Economic Development.
And he is the man who commissioned sessional paper number 10 of 1965.
But which had been developed earlier.
It had been developed earlier by Kibaki.
Right.
And I am proud to have been the boy he used to collect the data for that paper.
I mean, it was clear that in everything, as you said before, he needed there had to be a plan.
A plan.
There had to be a strategy.
Exactly.
And that is what he, I think, carried with him all the time.
All the time.
There needed to be an understanding of the Kenyan people for you to then plan something for their economic future.
And it is during
what
that
was
time,
his understanding of the Kenyan people?
It was that. I mean, it was that someone had to do the planning for this country, and it started with Kibaki as an assistant minister, and he is a man who recommended the establishment of most of the development finance institutions in this country, starting from ICDC, the Industrial and Commercial Development Corporation, KTDC, the Kenya Tourism Development Commission, AFC, African Agricultural Development Finance Corporation, and Development Finance Company of Kenya, which was a partnership between institutions of the Kenyan government, the German government, the Dutch government, and the British government. That was created to attract foreign investment because we didn't have our own money. We had to beg, and you had to create institutions in which foreigners can invest in, and Development Finance Company of Kenya was initially for that purpose, to attract development, to be partners. It did not only give loans, but it participated as shareholding.
I'm interested at this point when this young government of independence Kenya is in office. You have young people, Minister for Commerce, like you're saying, Mwai Kibaki, Minister for Planning, Tombo, and all these other people, and the young executives working in the National Treasury, such as Matere Kereri. What was driving you in your work as you go to work every day?
As we worked, you see, there was a government before independence, the colonial government. Now, whatever it had done, we had to prove to Kenyans, to ourselves, that we got independence to do better, better than the colonial government was doing, to develop this country. And we started there, and Kibaki is about the beginning of that process. And during that time, he had a wonderful minister in the late James Gichuru, who was a minister, a very good minister, who worked in that ministry until Kibaki took over from him, from Commerce and Industry. And he was very, very interested in industrial development. And he had to create ways of encouraging industrial development. He is the assistant minister and the minister for finance who introduced what we call industrial protection, to protect young industries from being sort of wiped out by the big ones and the imports. And he had to do that by actual protection, by controlling imports, and by physical measures, where he would assess new industries, have ICDC, DFCK, AFC, and so on, participate in that process. And I think he succeeded. Then from there, he was in Commerce and Industry from 66 to 69. After the 1969 election, Kibaki made him, Kenyatta made him Minister for Finance. And he took over from James Gichuru, who was posted to defense. It is then he came back, and he came back to be my boss. And we continued. As a Minister for Finance, he continued with his policy of developing this country. And one of the pet sectors of his was agriculture, roads, which people are now blaming the government for building. So I mean, I don't know for what reason they must be crazy to because you cannot develop a country without communication, and physical communication starts with roads and railways and so on, and that he was very keen on. And when he became the Minister for Finance, Kenya started developing very fast.
Okay.
And within very short time, Kibaki achieved GDP rising at 7%. And I wish he continued being the Minister for Finance for much longer, because we would not have been bypassed by people like Korea and the other people. And we were following on the footsteps of what Korea and Japan and the others were doing.
So had he stayed, according to you,
and he stayed there,
things would have been better today?
Much better, I believe it, and I think I'm right. Things would have been better. This country would have developed very fast.
So to you, much as it was, a bigger elevation into a higher office when he was appointed from the finance to become the vice president, we lost something.
No,
despite
not when he became vice president, because he was vice president as well as Minister for Finance,
right,
until 24th February 1982. When it's a very interesting story for me because on the 24th of February, 1982, I called a press conference to tell people that I am leaving Development Finance Company of Kenya after managing it for 10 years. And from the Treasury, I went to Development Finance Company of Kenya. And he was very reluctant to release me from the Treasury to go there. But he said, since these people have invited you to go, you go take over from that colonial manager who was there and manage the thing properly, he told me. Now, and in the morning of 25th February, I bought a newspaper which was the East African Standard, which is you people now. Is it?
Yes, it is.
You are called the Standard.
The Standard.
Yeah. Now, and hoping to see me as a handler.
The boss of Development Finance Company of Kenya has left
the company. And don't ask me the reasons why I left. That you can invite me later
for your own story.
For my own story. Okay. Now we are talking about Kibaki.
Yeah. Right.
Now, but the headline was Kibaki moved from the Treasury to Home Affairs. Same day.
Stole your headline.
Headline saying Kibaki moved from Treasury to Foreign Affairs.
Yeah.
I was disappointed. I was sad. But I was leaving. He was going to a ministry. He was not being sacked. I wasn't being sacked myself. I called my shareholders so on to go away voluntarily. I don't think Kibaki went to Home Affairs voluntarily. He was transferred by the president, by President Moi. This time it was Moi.
It was Moi.
And tell you what, our economic development started nose diving.
From that
year.
25th day of February 1982.
Thereafter, the economic development of this country started nose diving. And it continued until he became the president.
Let's talk about that journey between now the 1982 into 88 elections, into 1992 as well, when he now formed DP 91 and wanted to run as president. We'll talk about that, but let's take a break at this point. It is 24 minutes to 10 o'clock. This is the Situation Room on SpiceFM, Kenya's biggest conversation. With you this morning is Eric Latiff and Ndu Okoh, and our guest is Matere Kereri. He served with President Mwai Kibaki in government, served under him as his private secretary and State House Comptroller when he became president. And Mzee Matere Kereri is basically telling us the journey and the Mwai Kibaki that he knew and the contribution that Mwai Kibaki made to this country. That is the story that we are getting this morning. Very interesting story. Keep it here for more coming up. Good morning.
Hey, it's getting hot in here. The media has greatly contributed to the moral rot that we experience in this country.
I remember a senior politician telling me, point blank, nobody steals in the field, it's stolen in the granary. So my friend, if you're going to win an election, jipange kwa granary.
I think we are suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. Our violator and abuser is also our redeemer in our mind.
The whole political class, the whole political institution is rotten. It is based on ideals that cannot progress.
There's a bit of a drizzle in Nairobi at 19, highs of 24 and lows of 15. It's mostly sunny at 19. In Nakuru, we'll go to highs of 25. We'll see highs of 24 in Nyeri, where it's raining at 19. And in Eldoret, it's mostly cloudy at 19, highs of 24 and lows of 14. Partly sunny conditions at 30 in Mombasa, highs of 32. And we'll see highs of 30 in a showery Malindi, highs and lows of 25. It's mostly cloudy at 24 in Kisumu, 27 will be the high. And we'll see highs of 27 as well in Kakamega, where it's mostly cloudy at 24. It's raining now in Kampala at 23, highs of 24 and lows of 18. While it's also raining in Dar es Salaam, we'll see highs of 31 and lows of 25. Mostly cloudy conditions at 14 in Johannesburg, 20 will be the high and lows of 7. And it's cloudy at 24 in Lagos, highs of 31. Partly sunny at 24 in Kinshasa, highs of 32 and lows of 24. There's a haze over Beijing going into evening Monday. It's 26 degrees. We'll see highs of 29 and lows of 18. And Paris is cloudy at 9, highs of 17 and lows of 7. And London, 8 degrees and partly sunny. 15 will be the high and lows of 5. And it's clear at 9 in New York, highs of 16, back down to lows of 9. A lot of action in the city centre this morning, not surprising as most vehicles heading towards Parliament buildings. So just at that stretch, there's some traffic. There's a hold up as folks get in and then folks will be able to get out. We're also looking at Langata Road. That still continues with traffic today. Coming off of Thika Superhighway, we should be all right until you get to that Pangani underpass. And there will be some traffic there as you head out towards Moranga Road. But most of the traffic that we see this morning is in the CBD, likely to open up as we go towards 10:30 or so. Keep an eye on things through the morning. Let's talk. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Business news on Spice FM.
Good morning, I'm Winfrey Owino. The Central Bank of Kenya has directed commercial banks to ration US dollars following a shortage of the currency. A number of currency traders and importers say banks have imposed a daily cap on dollar purchases as firms struggle to obtain adequate forex to meet their obligations. This has forced industrialists to start seeking dollars in advance as the shortage puts a strain on supplier relations and the ability to negotiate favorable prices in spot markets. The shortage is a result of increased dollar demand being driven by increased shipments of raw materials and equipment in the wake of the recovering economy and local companies disbursing dividends to foreign investors. In other news, motorists will have to pay up to 350 shillings more to use the Nairobi Expressway after the government reviewed the toll charges to match the strengthening of the dollar in the past 1 year. Motorists using the road that links Mlolongo to the Nairobi-Nakuru highway via Jomo Kenyatta International Airport will pay between 120 shillings and 1,800 shillings, up from the previous rates of between 100 shillings and 1,550 shillings. The government increased the charges to cushion the Chinese investor funding the road against the exchange losses in the wake of the shilling weakening to record lows against the dollar. Moving on, the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority Board has named Nicholas Bodo as the Acting Director General. This was after a court blocked the appointment of Emil Nguza Arao on abuse of office and financial misappropriation allegations. Bodo, currently the Director of Air Services at the Transport Ministry, takes over pending the hearing of a suit filed by a lobby group challenging Arao's appointment. Transport Cabinet Secretary James Macharia last month appointed Arao for a period of 3 years. And finally, Indonesia, the world's top palm oil producer, has announced plans to ban exports of the most widely used vegetable oil on Friday. The move is highly likely to further inflame the surging global food inflation. The halting of shipments of the cooking oil and its raw material, which is widely used in products ranging from cakes to cosmetics, could raise costs for packaged food producers globally and force governments to choose between using vegetable oils in food or for bio.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It is 18 minutes to 10. Kenya's biggest conversation. It continues. Eric Latiff, Ndu Okoh, and Mzee Matere Keriri, Mzee Mwai Kibaki's State House Comptroller and Private Secretary. They met. First time they met was at Makerere University. Matere Keriri as a student, Mwai Kibaki as his lecturer. And then they continued interacting, working together at the National Treasury, where Matera Kereri was reporting to Mwai Kibaki. And he's told us that entire journey up to the point when you left State Corporation, and the former president also left the National Treasury and now just became Vice President, Minister for Home Affairs. You continued, of course, with your interactions, but let's just quickly jump into the years that you served as his State House Controller and his private secretary and one of his closest advisors in running the government. Starting from the point when you were his campaign manager ahead of the 2002 election and the discussions of forming a government and the plans for this government. What was the plan? What was Mwai Kibaki's dream? This is, if I want to do anything else, this is the one thing that I want to do when I become the president and chief executive of the country. What was it?
Incidentally, I was the chairman of the campaign committee, and we had a manager under me who was Professor Wanjohi. And that is the election that was the fairest, the cleanest, and whatever adjectives you want to use.
The most efficient.
You know better English than me. I'm growing old. And it was. And his intention was to continue the development that he had started in the Treasury when he was given a free hand by the Jomo Kenyatta to take care of the economy of this country. And he wanted to continue from there and start the economy waking up.
Wow. And so, according to him, he was basically retracing the steps from 1982 into 2002 and
exactly
filling that gap.
Filling that gap and filling it effectively. One of the things you may be interested in learning is that when he formed his first government, and he had his own ministers, and at that point, the usual drill was ministers were commanded what to do and what not to do.
Yeah.
And Kibaki came with his own policy of giving his ministers the latitude to carry on their own jobs. He was not coming to be a commander as such. He believed in being a leader. A leader in the sense, the real sense, not just a political leader, but a leader who guides his own ministers and officials on what route to follow, and tell them, look, start going. I'm not at your following you behind to see to see.
I will not micromanage you.
No, and that was his policy. And he was, I think he was to a certain extent following on Jomo Kenyatta's route, because Jomo Kenyatta gave his ministers the latitude to do things. But that was his policy. And Kibaki told us that we must work to achieve what we want to do. We must work by consensus, not by keeping ministers and their officials traced, sort of followed on a day-to-day basis.
It had to be by consensus.
It had to be by consensus. And I remember him telling me, look here, John, when we formed this government, I told him, not we, when you formed the government. because I mean he was rarely singular. He never said I.
He never said we.
He never said I. It is we, and we must use those that we find in the government as much as it is possible and advisable, because we cannot give birth to new managers and new permanent secretaries and so on. We must follow them. They must tell us what they have been doing before we start interfering with the public service.
Why do you think he wanted to be president? Why did he need to be president?
I'll tell you what. Kibaki was not unduly ambitious. He wasn't. Kibaki never said, you trace his speeches, and you are very good at tracing speeches. Get one day when he said, will you elect me? No. He always said, are you going to elect us? Only one day in 2007, when I think he felt very pressed, he said, are you going to elect me, you people? Now, it is his supporters, his admirers, who in fact insisted on him wanting to become president. I mean, sometimes I thought he was reluctant, but his admirers, not just his own community. I mean, people in the whole of this country admired Kibaki. And that's why they joined him in 2002, joined him to make him the president.
Do you think, had he remained finance minister, continuing the work that he did, he wouldn't have had a need to be president?
Probably not. But, you know, when you are minister, you have a boss.
Sure.
And you follow his instructions, And as you know, I mean, Moi was not just a president. He was a very active, very commanding president. And of course, when you have not got that latitude to do what you think is the best thing for this country, you cannot. That's why his admirers and so on literally forced him to want to be a president. He used to tell me, you know, one day when he was when he was demoted and taken to Ministry of Health, and went to see him, and he told me, John, you know, you can serve this country in any position and do your best, and you will contribute. You don't have to be the president or the boss to serve this country. And we will serve this country wherever we are. So he wasn't quite worried, but he was worried that the situation had changed to the extent that we were not. We could not force the development that we wanted to. We wanted to. The one he said we wanted to.
So here comes Mwai Kibaki.
So here comes Mwai Kibaki. You know, in 1963, I told I think we went for a drink, and I told him, look, Mwai, because those days, I mean, he wasn't president, he was my friend. I mean, Mwai, I would like you, and I think I will campaign all my life to have you the president of this country. He told me, look, John, I mean, where are you? Where are you going? I mean, what are you going? I mean, let's do the job we are doing. We are still young. And then, but I continued campaigning for him. And I asked him, when I knew he was in a tight corner in Bahati constituency, that it was then called Bahati constituency. In 1969, I advised him, please leave this constituency. You'll not succeed. And go to Odaya and get elected in the morning. told me, look, I am not a tribalist. I am a cosmopolitan leader. Not a tribalist like you fellows. And, And he refused. And he just crept through in 1969. Jerome Bogo was going to win to be the member of parliament. But fortunately, I mean, he got elected, I mean, with a lot of trouble. So the following, I told you this, next time you must go.
You must go back to Udaya.
In fact, and he refused. He resisted that urge. And one day, I remember going to Udaya to achieve one chief there, who admired him, who was his friend, and told him, look, let's organize to get this fellow from Nairobi. And in fact, we came, he brought buses to Nairobi to demand that he goes to Udaya. And of course, when he went to Udaya, Udaya was a wonderful place. He had a method of developing, having everyone participate. He went to Udaya and had every professional participate in the development of that constituency. And it moved very fast. So he served, he was elected there. So what hand you ask me?
I wanted to ask you as we conclude, in this first, let's say, 5 years.
So you had asked me why he needed to be the president.
Yes.
No, he needed to be president because he needed to guide this country.
In the right direction.
In the right direction, in the development that this country needed.
In those first 5 years,
yes,
when he came in, he has this vision. He knows what he needs to get done. You've discussed it, and then the politics still comes and takes over. There's a politics of MOU. There's a politics of the Bomas talks. Was he getting frustrated that maybe the country is not seeing the vision that he has?
I think the country was seeing his vision. The country. The country was seeing his vision. It is certain leaders as it is in politics. I mean, listen. And he was an economist. He was an economic development fellow. Politics came second, and it is the chief politicians who actually couldn't see the vision, and they couldn't see where he was going. But they must oppose him because they probably were more ambitious than him, and they wanted to lead. And that's it. But the country could see. The country could see.
Are there moments when he would sit you down?
At the moment, he took over. He took over when he was on a wheelchair.
Yeah.
And it was a difficult job. And it was a very difficult job. And some politicians wanted to take advantage of his being in bed and so on to sort of, how do you put it? Take over.
To usurp.
Take over. I mean, not usurp. Take over. And he was, and even from bed, he was very keen to guide this country. He would call his ministers to discuss with him. He would call his ministers and his permanent secretaries and the hands of parastatals and so on to discuss his vision of this country. And he succeeded. I mean, now, listen, from bed and then recovery and then lead with all the opposition, with the people making noise. He put back the development of this country
on the agenda
back to 7% before the violence, the post-election violence. He had put this country from minus 0.6 to 7%, plus 7%. And he moved very fast with all those problems. And he continued his journey. And by the time he left, you had most of the things we see today. which the new president or the outgoing president in the next 3 months or something like that has continued from where Kibaki left. I mean, if people are not grateful to the new president, I think they are crazy.
They're being unfair.
They are being unfair. But,
you think this administration has done a very good job of continuing the job that Kibaki has had?
Oh yes, he has. Look at the roads. Look at energy. I mean, almost every village. I think every village is connected to
electricity grid.
And look at the roads. Look at the railway. I mean, all over. And people who do not want to see can't see anyway. If you don't want to see, you can't see. He has continued that development pace.
If I was to ask you, Mzee, like final words as we conclude the show this morning, in about a minute, speaking to Kenyans who are listening and watching you today, and I want to have a memory of Mwai Kibaki. What is the one thing that you would say that Kenyans should never forget about Mwai Kibaki?
Now, Kenyans should not forget that Mwai Kibaki was never selfish. I mean, as I said earlier, Mwai Kibaki was a consensus leader. And very rarely, if any time, did Kibaki give orders, because he didn't like giving people orders. Mwai Kibaki was a friend of every leader in this country. He never regarded any leader as an adversary or an enemy, never. They were all his friends. And that's the way, I think that's the reason he was able to lead and development which was never seen anywhere in this country. And actually in this part of
Africa.
Yeah. He was very friendly. He never had any emotions that would make him angry at anybody. He was always regarded everybody as a friend. But he would sort of act to show that if you are wrong, he would want to act to show you that you are wrong. He never told you directly that you are wrong.
His actions would show you.
His actions will show you. I mean, I wrote a lot of his speeches, but he would always tell me, John, there is something you have forgotten, but I'm sure you know it. Go and repeat.
Go and repeat.
No, he never told me, oh, you got it wrong. Never. Never. He was that type of a man, and a leader that we, this country, will miss. And a leader that his leadership, one hopes that those who come to power will remember him by his actions, his behavior, and lead this country to further development.
John Matere Kereri, thank you very much for coming to.
That's the first time you have called me John.
Yes, I heard you calling yourself John many times.
That's what he called me.
Thank you very much for coming to share your story with us, your life and experiences with Mwai Kibaki. And indeed, like you've said, the entire country is now mourning, and we're looking back into the years that he served this country from, like you say, when he left the teaching job at Makerere to come and take up a non-paying job to serve this country, and to the moment when we lost him on Friday. Asante sana. And as we pass our condolences to everybody, we also pass our condolences to you for losing a personal friend.
I would like to repeat, I wrote to the family to repeat that I want to convey to them my sincere condolences for the bereavement that we are going through, and ask God to give them the courage to accept that Kibaki is gone, the family and the country all of you will miss him
dearly.
Thank you.
Asante sana. Thank you for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room. We've been having a conversation with Matera Kiriri, who served as Mwai Kibaki's private secretary, State House Controller, and served with him in government very many years and became his personal advisor on very many things. See you again tomorrow morning. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. Now until 11, it's some music, and then from 11, Sugar and Spice. We'll be back tomorrow. Have a lovely day. 3 minutes after 10.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life. Spice FM. Spice up your life.